Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and welcome one and all to the Adventure Continues, a Star Trek discussion, episode number 19, where tonight we are going to watch and discuss with you the first episode of Deep Space Nine, Star Trek Deep Space Nine to be more specific. And with Deep Space Nine, it premiered on January 3rd of 1993, and that was in the middle of Star Trek The Next Generation's 6th season. And it picks up a few notes that were established in the prior series, and one of them being that of the Bajorans. Now, the Bajorans were introduced officially, and I say officially, with one of your first recurring characters, Ensign Rolaren, a disgraced Starfleet officer who had committed some not so friendly, not so Starfleet regulation approved deals. And she had the rank of commander, was demoted to the rank of ensign, and had to start all over again. And of course, the ship that she started on was the USS Enterprise NCC 1701 Delta. Of course, we come to learn a little bit about the history between Bajor and another alien race that was introduced in Star Trek The Next Generation around season 4, and that is the Cardassians. Now, the Cardassians, as far as this series are concerned, have occupied Bajor for some time. They have oppressed the people of the planet. They have taken all the planet's valuable resources and have enslaved the Bajoran people. Now, there were a group of freedom fighters, which you did learn a little bit about in Next Generation, that were called the Resistance, who fought against the Cardassians for Bajor's freedom. And of course, those notes are picked up here in Emissary, but with this particular episode of Deep Space Nine, it established a few things. It established the Bajoran prophets. The Bajoran religion was expanded upon and would be expanded upon more as the series went on for 7 seasons from 1993 to May of 1999. And it would also introduce Avery Brooks as then Commander Benjamin Sisko. And of course, I'm not going to spoil anything as far as his backstory, because you'll quickly learn what his backstory is in relation to a certain Captain Jean-Luc Picard here shortly. And again, I do not know where my special guests are. I have not heard from them, but even without special guests, the show must go on. So if you would like to watch the episode along with us, I have pinned the Cosby link into the top of the chat on both YouTube and Rumble. I'm going to go ahead and post another Cosby link in here just to make it easier on everybody. And we'll go ahead and get underway. And if I hear from one of my special guests, I will bring them on as quickly as possible. And there you go. There's the Cosby link. I'm just double checking a couple of things real quick, and we will get underway. So if you're not over in Cosby, please make sure you get over to Cosby now, and I will go ahead and press play on this episode of Deep Space Nine. And Helion, is that you saying I think I'm here? Because before I even get underway, I do want to say hello to, of course, she is known as the Admiral when it comes to the Adventure Continues Star Trek discussion, Admiral Lady Mist. We also have Starfleet Cadet Helion here. And we also have Joyous Entries. Welcome. Appreciate you stopping by the channel. So I'm going to go ahead and hit play on very first episode of Star Trek Deep Space Nine, which in my humble opinion, Deep Space Nine is the best of all the Star Trek spin-off series not only from the Gene Roddenberry, Rick Berman era of Star Trek, but also looking at new Star Trek. Deep Space Nine is just above and beyond the best of all the series. I just wanted to be sure. So I'm going to go ahead and hit play. And unfortunately, with this copy, there are no subtitles. So see by the scrolling text, it gives you a brief, little backstory was what's going on, so it can catch you up. And of course, Avery Brooks was Hawk in Spencer for Fire. And no, Helion. Frodo is not in this episode. Actually, Elijah Wood never made an appearance on Star Trek. But here we're getting the Battle of Wolf 359 when Captain Jean-Luc Picard was simulated by the Borg. And this takes place during the Next Generation two-part episode of Best of Both Worlds. And we're actually seeing part of the Battle of Wolf 359 that consisted of 40 Federation starships against one Borg cube. And the actor playing the Vulcan captain is J.G. Hertzler, who would come back to Deep Space Nine to reprise a very popular role that he had starting in season 4 of Deep Space Nine, and that's of the Klingon General Martok. And of course, that's a Bolian tactical officer. For anyone who's not familiar with Star Trek, I'll do my best to help you out to let you know what alien species are in this episode and in this particular series. And of course, Dora's shaken up. Everybody on board the Saratoga's shaken up because they're in the middle of the battle. Now, one of the big arguments among fans like myself and a few others is why did Starfleet send 40 starships with families on board into a battle against the Borg instead of offloading them onto a planet or nearby Federation starbase, considering that the Borg at this time had all the knowledge of Captain Jean-Luc Picard when it came to the defenses of the Federation and each and every class starship that was being used at the time. And this event will haunt Commander Sisko. And that's Commander Sisko's son, Jake. And Helion, if you keep watching the episode, there is something I think you'll like because one of the producers of both Star Trek The Next Generation, Star Trek Deep Space Nine, and Star Trek Voyager, Michael Piller, the late Michael Piller, was a big baseball fan. In particular, he was a Dodger fan. So there were a few episodes where he would have it that baseball was maybe not the center of attention, but it was maybe a small, sometimes very small part of the episode. And of course, it's letting you know that we're now 3 years into what was then the present. And that's when you really get to meet Jake and Commander Cisco, the father and son relationship, which was always very well done on Deep Space Nine, in my opinion. And that is Sirach Lofton playing Jake Cisco. Sirach Lofton is related to former Major League Baseball outfielder Kenny Lofton, who played for the then Cleveland Indians, now the Cleveland Guardians. He was also a Pittsburgh Pirate, Atlanta Brave, New York Yankee, and a Chicago Cub. And they have just left the holodeck. And again, for anyone who is new to the Star Trek universe, the holodeck is an area that can recreate different events, different stories, and using lights and a few other magic tricks, if you want to call them magic tricks, recreate entire cities, landscapes, and events. And there you see it. The first shot of Deep Space Nine in this episode. Now, what I typically do for any episode, whether it's Star Trek, Next Generation, Deep Space Nine, Voyager, or Enterprise, is I let the intro play. Because I figure, why not? Why not let the intro play? And this opening theme is done by composer Dennis McCarthy, who composed several scores for several episodes of Next Generation, Deep Space Nine, Voyager, and Enterprise throughout his career. He also scored the music for the first Next Generation movie, Star Trek Generations. You got to turn up your volume. You got to do it on your side, Helion. The way I have it done is I have it going to Cosme, but I have my volume up, but you got to go up to it where you see the speaker and then put your volume up on your side so you can actually hear it. And there we see one of our second exterior shots of the station with the Enterprise docked. And it's actress Felicia Mbell, who's playing Jennifer Cisco, Marco Limo, who is going to be playing Gold Ducat. And that is Chief Miles Edward O'Brien, a character who was first established on Star Trek The Next Generation. When he first debuted, he actually didn't have a name, and he was just known as a con officer in the very first episode of Next Generation, Encounter at Farpoint. But later, because the producers liked actor Cole Meany so much, they asked him to come back. They gave his character a name, Chief Miles O'Brien, and he was primarily in the transporter room after Encounter at Farpoint. And thing about Deep Space Nine, for anyone who is not familiar with Deep Space Nine, if this is your first time, Deep Space Nine does focus on religion, the Bajoran religion, as a matter of fact. And some of you might also recognize Avery Brooks from being in the movie American History X. And the great thing about the relationship between actor Avery Brooks and actor Sirach Lofton is Avery Brooks basically took Sirach in like he was his own son. He would go to Lakers games with Avery and his son and just developed a really strong bond between the two. And here we're going to meet our first officer. And I've always loved this introduction to Major Kira. And the story arc with Kira as Deep Space Nine evolved became very interesting. You learned not just more about her as the series went on, but also her mother and her father. And you also learn about her love interest, Beta Corral. And of course, Major Kira is played by Nana Visitor, who before Deep Space Nine was in LA Law. Move your mouse cursor, go up to the speaker, and put your volume up. Then you'll be able to hear it. And that's Odo, played by Renee Bergenois, who before then had been in several movies as a supporting character and also in the TV show Benson. Huh, I don't, I don't know why you all can't hear any of the dialogue. Yeah, there are no captions with this version, Lady Miss. I already went over that. So let's just get back to that part. All right, here, I'll do this because no one else has ever had a problem when I've done it like this before, so give me a second. Hold on, hold on. It could be Cosme. So I'm just going to go with another copy of the episode I have, and we're just going to start it from the beginning. Like I said, I'm using a different copy from the previous copy I had. I haven't had any issues doing it the way I was doing it before until tonight, so who knows? Let's try to make that a little bigger. For every update Cosme does, it always changes something. But that's like any update nowadays. Uh, it's like anything. It's like I just said. It's like anything. Anything that gets an update, it's not always going to work perfectly. This is the Battle of Wolf 359. It took place during the Next Generation episode called Best of Both Worlds. Captain Jean-Luc Picard had been assimilated by the Borg, and with all the knowledge that the Borg assimilated from Picard on Starfleet, its defenses, its class of ships, what they're capable of doing, the Borg are wiping out this fleet of 40 ships. Now we're only seeing a few ships from this task force that was sent to this particular sector of space. That is called a Boolean Helion. That's one of the alien races that was introduced on Star Trek: The Next Generation. If the lighting was brighter, which it's not supposed to be brighter in those scenes because of what happened during the attack with the Borg, you would see that he's got blue skin. That Bolian was the tactical officer on board the Saratoga. Well, it's a good thing Cash isn't here then. And they're in what is called the holodeck. It can basically using mirrors, photons, and energy can recreate any scene from any world and any point in history that you want to experience yourself with the data that it has. Okay, this time I am going to skip the intro. Give me a second just to skip it, if it'll let me. No, it won't. So we'll just listen to the Deep Space Nine theme. There is no Rain of Power Helion. Starships in the Star Trek universe are either powered by a warp drive or an artificial wormhole or black hole, I should say. And of course, Renee Auberjonois sadly passed away in December of 2018. And a few months prior, Aaron Eisenberg, who plays Nog on Deep Space Nine, had also passed away. And when Deep Space Nine first premiered, there was some behind the scenes information that was released both in magazines, on Entertainment Tonight. There was a special that showed you how they filmed the models on Discovery and what processes they had to go through to get everything to come together seamlessly. Lady Miss says it would be fun to visit a space station, but I'm not sure it would be fun living on one. Well, that's why on some star bases and space stations, they have an arboretum. So they actually have plants in this arboretum, and there are some very small trees. But if you want larger trees, that's where you would go into a holodeck or a holosuite and run a program where you could be in a valley or in a park, out in the woods somewhere. And it would recreate it to the finest detail. That's what I always have wanted ever since Deep Space Nine ended. Stevo is, Cisco reuniting with Jake, his newborn son, and Cassidy. And to be honest, I really hope they don't try to persuade Avery Brooks to come back for any of the new Star Trek series. I just don't think they'd be able to write the character all that well. But again, like I was saying earlier, the dynamic, the father and son dynamic that they develop between Jake and Benjamin, it's really good, especially as the seasons go on and they do a few things together as father and son. And that would make for a good movie if they didn't mess up the characters or have the need to kill some off. Yeah, the problem that they have had when they brought back a character that was already pre-established, like for instance, Michelle Rowe as Ensign Rowe. They brought her back in season 3 of Picard, only to kill Ensign Rowe off. No, I haven't seen Helion. Mm-hmm. Well, the Cardassians like it warm. They're a reptilian species. I mean, when it comes to Deep Space Nine in general, the development of the characters, the growth of all the characters, whether it be your main characters, whether it be your recurring characters, frequently recurring characters at that, you know, every character was developed. Give it a backstory, give him purpose. Even Nog. And Odo is what's known as a shapeshifter, also referred to as a changeling. He can change his form into any species he wants, any object he wants, and you wouldn't even know it. And Quark is played by Armin Shimmerman, who was actually one of the first Ferengis you meet in the Next Generation season one episode, The Last Outpost. And he also had a role in another episode where we first meet Loxana Troy. And of course, as you saw in the opening moments of the episode, there's already history established between Picard and Cisco, which leads to this first tense meeting. And Picard's like, oh no. Picard's own past, having been assimilated by the Borg, is coming back to haunt him. And again, just by this line of dialogue, we're getting some information, some that was already established in Next Generation, some that's more poignant to what happened for this series. As far as Cisco's concerned, he's staring into the eyes of the man who killed his wife. Even though Picard had no control over his actions once he was assimilated by the Borg, Cisco doesn't see it that way. And it's easy to understand why. And the dynamic between Odo and Cisco, if you all continue on with the series on your own time, you'll find that it has a lot of growth. As far as Quark's concerned, this isn't the right business opportunity. And to prove Kira wrong, this goes like, I'm not afraid to get my hands dirty. We need to clean up this promenade. Until now. And there you can see their religious shrines, temples are decaying, all because of the occupation by the Cardassians. Because Cisco's not familiar with the Bajoran culture and its people, he just wants to get down to brass tacks. And of course, there are elements of stories for Deep Space Nine that are taken from Vietnam, from World War II, from Korea. And Cisco now finds himself suddenly on a beach somewhere. So as you can see, Cisco's reliving one of his memories. The first day he met Jennifer. And if anybody would like to watch the episode along with us, the Cosme link is pinned to the top of the chat. But I'm going to go ahead and put it in the chat for anybody who would like to watch. Unfortunately, we never meet Jennifer's mother. we do meet Cisco's father. She already told you, Ben. And it's a reluctant journey for him. So what's going on the promenade? And then that is a double girl. And the runabouts are basically an auxiliary craft, like shuttlecrafts that you typically see in Star Trek, but these are warp capable auxiliary craft that have their shields, phasers, which shuttlecraft in the time of the next generation do have phasers, but the runabouts also have one added bonus. They are equipped with their own photon torpedoes. And this is actress Terry Farrell's first real acting job. Other than the fact that he joined the prophets in the Celestial Temple, we don't know what happened to Cisco after what we leave behind, except for what's in a few of the Star Trek novels, but I'm not all caught up on those. And Julian in the first few seasons was a little hard to get used to as far as his character because it was definitely a thing where the writers really didn't know what they wanted to do with him. I mean, you could also say that Cisco had his ending. He shows up here in Emissary, reluctant to take his post at Deep Space Nine, reluctant to be looked at as a spiritual figure by the Bajorans as the emissary to the prophets. But by the time we get to what we leave behind, he's accepted his fate as emissary, and he did what had to be done to save the Bajoran people from not only the Cardassians but also the Dominion. Yes, I would love to see Cisco return, but again, if you have Cisco return, it's got to be a good story. It's got to be, something where the writers have consulted Rick Berman and Ronald D. Moore and a few other people who wrote for Deep Space Nine as far as what a return of Captain Cisco would be like. And Jadzia Dax, for those of you who may not know, is a species called the Trill, which we first meet in Next Generation. And what's going inside her right now is a symbiote. Symbiote is on the Trill homeworld, and they go through a vetting process as far as the Trills and their next host, because the host has to be compatible with the symbiote. If they're not compatible, then the symbiote rejects the host. It's like an organ transplant. No, you have to have just the compatible organ for the transplant in order for it to be successful. Yes, of course, you have to take a medication after you have an organ transplant, but there are multiple transporter rooms on the Enterprise, whether it be the main transporter rooms 1 through 4, cargo bay transporters. And there she goes. Now DS9 is on her own. And there is the aforementioned Gold Ducat. He's a slimy, swarmy politician. At least that's how he's always been portrayed. And of course, it's always interesting to see a first encounter with one of your main series villains and your series protagonist. And nope, I went and trusted the card as far as I could throw him. And of course, we don't meet him in this episode, but there's another Cardassian who we do meet who is actually developed very well as the series goes on, and that's Elam Garrick. There goes Morn. Morn was actually the reverse of the name Norm, and it was a tribute to the character Norm from Cheers. Well, the Bajorans knew there was something out there. They didn't know that it was a stable wormhole. And who happened to be that bag? Why, it's our shape-shifting friend, Odo. That's all right. That's all right, Lady Mist. Was this a show that you watched when it originally aired, or was it one that you only watched when you're able to? And of the three runabouts, the Rio Grande was the more prominent one used. And all the makeup effects for all the series at that time, whether it be Next Generation, Deep Space Nine, later Voyager, and also Enterprise, were done by Michael Westmore. Hold on, we got somebody here. We got somebody here. I'm locking in the transporter coordinates and I'm beaming them aboard.
Oh, for freak's sakes, hold on. Something. Let's see. I might have to leave for a second. Let's see.
All right.
Maybe not. Maybe not. All right. Do I have any Trek pictures? I do not. That's okay.
All right. Cash is going to return. All right. Let's beam him in again.
Had to fix the warp core or something. There were some technical difficulties going on, Captain.
How are you doing today, Cash?
I'm doing okay. Where's that DJ Ronnie G? Did he fell in the turtle pit? What's going on there?
I don't know. I hadn't heard anything
DJ
from him or
DJ
Anonymous.
DJ.
I even reminded DJ on Thursday when I saw him in the chat.
DJ. DJ. All right, Cosme, let's see what you've done. Have you fixed yourself?
Yeah, for some reason, it wasn't accepting the file that I had uploaded earlier, so I'm using my other copy.
Oh, looks like they did an update. Oh, no, it's still pausing. Dang it, Cosme, I told you. I told you, Cosme.
Yeah.
All right.
But this is the best way to do a watch party so everybody can watch. So, when was the last time you had seen this episode of Deep Space Nine, Cash?
It's been a while. I had to go and do a little research myself before I came on here. I'm like, oh, right, Captain Picard. I the first part, and this is, of course, the second part, I'm pretty sure. So
Yeah, it is.
Yeah. But you start learning about Cisco and, how he doesn't take people's crap. I mean, he's just
No.
And that's why I always laugh at things all the time. It's like, you guys didn't like. No, Cisco. We like characters that are awesome, and Cisco was a great captain, or is a great captain.
Yeah, and he should have been captain from the start.
Mm-hmm.
But unfortunately, it took toward the end of season 3 to finally promote him to captain.
Yeah, that's right. Jeez. No. I'll have to watch some more Deep Space Nine. It's funny, some of this stuff. When I originally watched this, I went, I'm just not feeling this for some reason. Then going back all these years later, I'm like, there's actually a lot of things I like about this show.
Yeah, and that was another thing about Deep Space Nine when it first premiered. It got a mixed reception. Some people liked it, other people didn't like it.
Mm-hmm.
I wanted to keep giving it a chance because I saw potential in it. The main thing I didn't like about it was the fact that they were using runabouts instead of a starship.
Right. Yeah, no, I think these little details are always important. So,
and for me, Deep Space Nine, when it started out and as it's going along, went from being a good Star Trek spinoff to the best and greatest of the Star Trek spinoffs by the time it was all said and done.
Yeah, well, there's a lot of characters to like in this. But I had to get used to like the Doctor and stuff. I don't know, something about him I didn't care for, Bashir, but he started growing on me more. Some of these characters, they don't all click with me right away. So,
and that's the thing I mentioned earlier. It took the writers a while to figure out what they wanted to do with Bashir. And when a lot of people first met Bashir on the show, they didn't like him.
Yeah.
They thought he was too eager. But, when you see him in this episode, he's fresh out of Starfleet Medical. And this is his first real assignment.
Mm-hmm. But Kira is a great character. And,
yeah, she is.
The more you see of her, and just
I mean, she has a strong presence in this episode, and it just gets better as the show goes on.
Mm-hmm.
We learn more about Chief O'Brien.
No.
We learn more about Odo. We do learn more about Bashir and Dax.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Yes, definitely.
And I don't know if you knew this, Cash, but anytime someone has a vision from the prophets, usually the prophets are represented by the last few people that person's encountered.
Makes sense. Well, it's just the thing is, like, you look at the makeup now and all the different little details that were so important before, and it's just they're making a mockery of this. And then you get people
Mm-hmm.
like, that's not true. And I'm like, you should care about these things. Like, actually care. Great makeup it just adds more to the character.
It does. It really does. I mean, you look at Renee Auberjonois' makeup
Oh, yes.
as Odo,
Yes.
or even Armin Shimmerman's makeup as
Mhm.
Quark, especially in this
Yes.
first season here.
Yep.
You can see that they're still trying to figure out exactly what they want to do.
Yep.
And then they do establish it.
Well, I mean, I love the makeup in like Babylon 5. I mean, well, I
Yeah.
love great makeup, but as I said, small details should always be important. How these characters look, how it makes it actually does make a big impact. And when you see that they change the way the makeup looks, or they change the color, or they change,
Mhm.
ugh. And other people are like, it doesn't matter. Well, it should matter.
Well,
Should always
it should
matter.
matter. I mean, in one respect, changing the way that makeup looks, for example, they had to change the way that makeup was for Michael Dorn as Worf because it was damaging his skin.
Hmm. Yeah. Oh, I'm sure. Well, you can go back to the Wizard of Oz situation too with the Tin Man and
Mm-hmm.
stuff. Like, he almost died. That there was just too much makeup. So, these things unfortunately can happen, but they'll learn from it, I'm sure.
Mm-hmm.
But it seems like we're always regressing on certain things instead of
Yeah.
actually progressing,
I
even
mean,
in entertainment. Yes.
I tried watching that first episode of Starfleet Academy
You got
because it was on
curious enough,
YouTube,
huh? Right. Yeah.
and
Yeah,
I
I had
couldn't
heard
make it
that.
through.
Yeah, no.
I said,
It
"This is
probably
trash."
did it feel like Dawson's Creek meets Star Trek?
It's trying to be too cutesy.
Yeah, of course.
I don't mind having
Did you
funny
feel
moments in Star
characters were
Trek.
being insulted? I'm sure you did.
Yeah,
Of
I
course.
did.
Making fun of, and it's not. Yeah, they're just doing it the wrong way. So
The writers of current Trek really need to go back and look at Deep Space Nine, Next
they
Generation,
don't
the
care
original
though. That's
series.
the problem,
I
Mike.
know.
They just don't care. If they cared, they would. They feel like if you don't like this, then it's your fault. So that's that victim mentality again. That narcissism garbage.
I don't. I don't like any of Kurtzman Trek because it's not Star Trek like I grew up with, like
Well,
this.
I don't like season 3 of Picard. As I said, I don't look at Jean-Luc Picard like that. That guy was a strong captain, gave so much to Starfleet. And for him to be treated like that, and for Patrick Stewart to be like, it doesn't matter. It's like, dude, come on. Come on. At least that's how he
Well,
seemed to act.
Patrick Stewart didn't want it to be the same Picard. He
No.
wanted
But
Picard to be
could have
different.
been different, but he didn't have to be like that. He could have been like, look, you need to understand what I've done. Yes, I'm retired now, but you don't get to disrespect me like that, number one. We were on that kind of stuff, that banter. We saw a little of it in season 3 of Picard, but not much, man. Not
Yeah.
enough. And the way that they killed off characters was just insulting.
I mean, the sad part, and I know we've mentioned it several times, other people have mentioned it several times, is that current Star Trek will preach at you and tell you that you're wrong.
Yes.
Star Trek like this said, okay, we're
We want you to
presenting
think.
this
Yes, we're going
scenario.
to present
Now
this.
think.
That's right. That's right.
And I don't know if you knew this, but Sirach Lofton is actually related to Kenny Lofton.
Oh, really?
Yep.
Interesting. The baseball player. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, Cosme's running pretty well. I just wish I wouldn't pause here and there, but it's okay.
I mean, we've tried doing watch parties in Discord before. Sometimes that's just as bad, if not worse.
I know. You can have buffering issues too on certain sites and stuff. So
$1 for ramen? Come on, the ramen's always been cheap.
ramen. I mean, a lot of people eat that stuff, of course, because it's easy, especially college students. You can't blame them. Just like I said, don't eat the same thing every day. You will get sick of it. Yeah, not here, right? Well, there's a few reasons for that, Lady Miss. I mean, even the dollar store went up recently, which is just crazy to me.
Yeah, Dollar Trees used to be $1. Now they're $1.25 or more.
Ridiculous. Might want to change the name after that.
Mm-hmm.
It has too much salt. Yeah. You will eat the salt, Lady Miss, and you will like it. No, I'm kidding.
I only like a certain amount of salt on things.
Yeah. No, too much salt is probably bad for you, but they tell you a lot of stuff is bad for you. A certain person told me the other day if I'm a vegan because I live in California.
Uh-huh.
Right.
Spreading his Delawarean fake news again, I see.
No, it was somebody else, but it made me laugh.
Uh-huh.
It did actually make me laugh. I'm like, no. Vegan.
I'll admit, though, I do like salt on my French fries.
Yeah, nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that.
I'll be honest, I like salt on my potatoes in general.
Other people are like, you shouldn't put salt on rice. It tastes good. I'm just saying these things can taste good.
I put sea salt on my rice.
My brother hates tuna fish and egg salad. I like them a lot, but like I said, it's personal taste.
And Lady Miss is saying where she lives, she has cattle ranches and farmers.
Well, yeah, you're out in the boonies area of California, which is not bad. I'm sure it's quiet. I would hope so anyways. Actually, it's not that noisy around the city, surprisingly. Somewhat, but we hear a lot of sirens here and there, and of course helicopters sometimes.
Mm-hmm. That's how it was in the area of California I grew up in. One night they were looking for a perp, and they had the spotlight shining, flying over our neighborhood, and my dad's all, "What the fuck is going on out there?"
Yeah, I'm sure. Yeah.
Yeah, Helion saying, I'm not a fan of them anymore. I like French onion flavor, and I can't find anymore. Yeah.
The thing that sucks too is some things that you get used to, it doesn't matter what, it's gone. It's gone after a number of years. And even some of these places, and they were absolutely great, and they're just gone because unfortunately things change. So
yeah, went to Lowe's the other day to look at a few things for the house, and there's a Publix right next door. So after I looked at a few things. My sister looked at a few things on Lowe's. We went over to Publix, and she likes this raspberry yogurt that they had sold, but
Hmm.
unfortunately, they don't sell it anymore.
Yeah, I'm sure. It's a very unfortunate. And if things actually get recalled, then okay. But
Angel hair pasta is one of my favorite pastas. That and muscatoli.
yeah, I'll be right back.
All right. No worries, Lady Miss. I think what it was about this raspberry yogurt that my sister would get, she just liked the way that this particular yogurt was done, with the yogurt and the raspberry filling. And but yeah, whenever we do see fresh fruit and vegetables on sale for a good price, my sister and I will pick them up. And of course, this goes reliving all his memories here. No, I was still here. I was just trying not to talk too much, especially for anyone who's never seen this episode before. I mean, that's the way to do it, Lady Miss. We used to have a neighbor that lived across the street from us who had their own vegetable garden, and anything that he and his wife weren't going to use, he would just give it out to people in the neighborhood. So there were times where we had extra green peppers, extra cucumber, extra tomatoes, squash, and there's nothing like fresh vegetables. And the wormhole collapsed. Yeah, and that's the best way to do it. Lady Miss says once you've eaten fresh from the garden, it's hard to go back to store bought. Yeah, it really is. And here you go, Helion. I know a friend of mine always joked with me. He said, "Oh, you only like Deep Space Nine because Cisco liked baseball." I said, "Nope, that's not the reason. I like Cisco for being a no nonsense character and the fact that Deep Space Nine had a good story arc and good character development. Baseball just happened to be an added bonus." No, not with the prices of housing in the various parts of the nation right now. No baseball fan has any knowledge of what's going to come from one season to the next, from one game to the next.
All right, I am back.
All right, welcome back.
Thanks.
What do I think Cisco's faith is? Well, based on some of his lines of dialogue and a few other aspects that were shown, I think he is a man of faith, but he's also a man of culture. He prides himself in African culture, and I think, if anything, he could be Catholic. But I really don't know what Cisco's faith would be, because it's not really something that's actually mentioned in the history of DS9.
He's a person who's supposed to be like any person leading. You do what's right by your crew, and if you have to make the hard decisions, you have to make the hard decisions. That's what a lot of people don't realize anymore. If you're an actual leader, you have to make the hard decisions. Doesn't matter if it's a friend, it doesn't matter what it is. And Cisco's a guy who makes the hard decisions if he has to. And that's what.
And throughout the series, Cisco has to make a tough decision.
Yes.
I mean, when Brandon and I were talking about, and this is Brandon, the anime guy, when we talked about In the Pale Moonlight, the tough decision of, bringing in the Romulans to the war. And the one thing that Cisco says at the end of the episode, that if he had to do it all over again, he would.
Right.
He knows the risk, and he was willing to take that risk.
See how good that makeup looks? It's so unique and cool. And the way the bridge on her nose, just quality makeup.
Yeah, because it looks like it belongs on their forehead and part of their face, just like the ridges on Kira's nose look like they belong there.
Yep.
Because, again, they took pride in what they were doing back then.
That's right. They did. They did.
Because when it comes to makeup, you're not supposed to be able to tell that, a part of the makeup prosthetic makeup isn't supposed to be there.
Right.
Another callback to Next Generation. They can't, Ben. Let's see how seamlessly they did that, Cash.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's just like the real emotions and stuff. The thing is that
Mm-hmm.
the other thing that Mike and I'm sure he agrees with this, is just you want to see that raw emotion. Where is all this stuff? Make us care. Character dies. Character does something heroic. Character does this. Make us care.
Mm-hmm. I mean, the fact that in a season 2 episode, Nog goes to Cisco and says that he doesn't want to end up like his father,
Mm-hmm.
barely making a living and barely surviving. He wants to make something of himself. That's why he wants to join Starfleet.
Yeah, well, it makes sense because that's where his wife died, and he can't.
Mm-hmm.
Who that would be very hard to deal with. So
Yep.
that's why I
And that,
always tell people. I know this is a show and stuff, but these kind of things, people have lost loved ones and stuff. But people that tell you it doesn't matter if a good friend dies or whatever, or get over it. It's just they don't understand.
people
And
grieve it. People grieve in their own way.
that's right.
Tomorrow will mark 22 years since my father passed away.
Hmm.
Then on the 25th, it'll be 5 years since my mom passed away.
Yeah, well, I mean, my good friend and mentor died of brain cancer in 2006. So. But I'm just pointing out that it shows, especially things like that, you can feel like Cisco's emotion in that. You don't feel it's fake. Nowadays, it's like they do stuff. It's like, oh, wasn't that edgy? And it's like they don't let you breathe.
Well, they don't let you breathe, but nowadays it shows it's always about my feelings and my
Yes,
emotions.
that's right.
Where here, you understand why Cisco is in the place he's in. He
Yes,
still hasn't gotten over the loss of his wife.
exactly. Yeah.
Kira's ready to fight.
Yeah, I mean, what they did to her people is just awful.
Nope, don't get into a game of cards with Kira because she'll call your bluff. If you're referring to the captain's log as in getting some information as far as moving the episode, yeah, I've always appreciated the fact that there's a captain's log in the series. If you're referring to what I think you might referring to, no comment. It seems it was modern trick cash. All the characters would be running around frantic and screaming and going.
Of course, dude. Because everything has to be in your face all the time and edgy and all kinds of stupid crap. Yep.
And O'Brien doesn't like Cardassians.
No, they're tough to like.
But there is an episode where he says, I don't hate you, Cardassian. I hate what's become of me because of you.
Mm-hmm.
And that's because he was part of the Federation Cardassian War.
Right.
Now, let me ask you, Cash, did you like Kira's hairstyle here in this first episode, or
It's not bad.
short look that she had for the remainder of the series?
It was okay. It's not bad. I've seen worse. It was pretty good.
I mean, I'll be honest, none of Visitor had the style of haircut that a lot of women had back in the 90s.
I mean, you know, and women will probably get mad for me to say this, but a lot of women in general, even on shows and whatever, they can't pull off the short hair for whatever reason.
No.
There's men who can't pull off certain things either. But yeah, no, I don't think your hair looks too bad. And I will also say people ruin stuff too. Like before, it's like, oh, that looks interesting, or then the people that take it over, they ruin it for everybody else because of their attitudes, and then you see the face and you see the hair and you see the color, and you're like, oh no.
Yeah.
But before it was like, oh, that was kind of cool, actually, you know.
I mean, anytime you're taking on a legacy show, you should respect what's come before and not make fun of it and diss it in any way, shape,
Oh,
or fashion.
I've seen
That's just my
people do weird things to their earlobes and earrings and stuff. It looked weird, but I'm like, man, that must have been something. But it was just weird and stuff. But now it's like when activists and stuff get involved, and you see all these people from TikTok and so on with the septum rings and the stuff, you're like, I don't know. See, I think that's a warning.
Yeah.
And you shouldn't feel that way. You really shouldn't. But
you shouldn't. But
stuff has
we
happened.
do.
You're like, yep.
And that's how you resolve their past conflict is mutual respect.
Yes.
Cisco knows that he wants to stay. Picard knows that DS9 is in good hands. That's Quark. That's a Ferengi for you. And that's Major Kira.
See, they probably wouldn't even make those jokes anymore.
No, they'd have Kira say, "You're so misogynist."
Oh yeah, she's very
Kira.
feisty.
Kira is feisty.
Mm-hmm.
It's why in this episode I always love that first interaction between her and Cisco. It establishes, where both characters are at. And that's the end of the first episode of what would become, and still is, the greatest Star Trek spinoff ever produced. And John Noah Hertzler, also known as J.G. Hertzler, would come back and play General Martok.
Yes, it's over, Elian. Yes.
Yeah. Unfortunately, it is over. The episode has completed. But it's still a great episode. I mean, I've watched this episode several times since it premiered on that Tuesday back in January of '93. And I don't get tired of it. I don't get tired of good Star Trek.
No, you can't. There's a lot of stuff that people have grown up with and what's happened to it and how it's insulting and it's this and that. And that's why, and if you ever do decide to go to any of these conventions and you want to talk to these people, you can be somewhat respectful, but remember, they're not respectful to the fans, a lot of them. So do they deserve to be called names? Maybe.
I mean, they'll go out and they'll call us names. They don't care.
Nope.
They'll say that we're gatekeeping because we don't like the current status of Star Wars, Star Trek, Doctor Who, you name it.
Yeah, we don't. We just don't. they're just missing the points. The problem is that they want things that are less. And then I even read something about Tomb Raider and why females are care about Laura to an extent, why they want it. But it's like, that's fine and all, but here's the problem. It's the people that are running it. Sophie Turner could turn out, if she cares a lot, can turn out to be a really good Laura Croft. All these people, even new people, they can turn out to be really good at the role as long as they care. But it's also all the people behind this. It's not just the actors, it's the people who write these shows, these movies. I mean, why is something like Gladiator always going to be memorable? Not 2, but Gladiator, because it's just a great story.
It didn't need a sequel.
No, it didn't. It didn't need a sequel. But they always miss the point. It doesn't matter if it's like a humor and they're like, let's make a bathroom joke. They go overboard instead of just something simple, like the Frank Drebin thing, where he's in the bathroom in the urinals, and then he's like, has the mic. Simple, but it's effective. And so that's why, like, and then there's other times that they, like Star Trek right now, Star Trek would actually do bathroom humor just because they can. Just like She-Hulk did these things, just like these characters were never about any of this stuff. It doesn't matter what their politics were. We didn't know about that because it didn't matter, because there were more important things going on. Mm-hmm. But they want to push this stuff, and then all these other fan people are like, yeah, this is amazing, this is great. All because they're getting that message, or they're getting that checkbox, or they're getting this. And sure, we've always had checkboxes, but the thing is, it was not just one thing. It was always more and more and more. And you look at some character like Cisco, he's just great. It doesn't matter that he's black. That has nothing to do with it. He's just a great captain. It has absolutely
nothing to do with the color of the man's skin. No. It has everything to do with the content of that particular character. The fact that character has growth, has change.
Yep.
Is willing to take risk that need to be taken to not only protect Bajor, but also protect the lives of the officers and crew on board Deep Space Nine.
Yep, exactly. So that's just the whole thing. I mean, like, yeah, we've had characters that have actually been considered misogynistic, but it's part of their character. And then they grow.
The Ferengi. Yeah.
Yes, they grow.
They objectify women.
Grows, yes. But Quark has to grow, and then he starts getting along. This is what happens with characters. People that care about these characters that they've made or written will have the characters grow. Anakin grew. It doesn't matter. Yes, there were times that he was whiny and this and that, and you understood. But there are other times you're like, okay, I see why this is happening. And so characters have to grow. So for you're watching Trek, I was watching some old Trek, like the original series. And it's amazing how good, even after all these years, how amazing that writing is. Because they want you to think. These shows always made you think. Star Wars makes you think. Trek makes you think. Doctor Who made you think.
That is true. But real quick, Mr. Cash, yes. I do need to address our science officer, Lieutenant Commander DJ Ronnie G.
Ronnie G,
you're late for your duty shift, mister.
You were supposed to be here earlier, man.
You were supposed to be here at 1800 hours.
I was covering your shift.
It is now 2000 hours.
Come on, bro.
Where have you been? And why didn't you report it to the XO?
Dang it, DJ. I told you not to. I told you to stop doing experiments on your turtles.
If this behavior continues, Mr. DJ Ronnie G, there will be a reprimand on your record.
Yeah, he was AWOL. I agree, Lady Miss. Dang it, DJ. I told you.
Yes, he was AWOL. That's not like Lieutenant Commander DJ Ronnie G. He's very punctual. To quote Picard from Insurrection, Mr. DJ Ronnie G, I don't know how they they do it in the Staten Island station. But here on Pacific 404, we report for duty on time. Mr. DJ Ronnie G. I think we're gonna have to have a few words with you, Mister.
You know, we're gonna put you in the break for a little while, dude. Apologize, not apologize.
Actually, I thought I would put him in waste extraction.
Okay. I see. Yep.
And the Admiral says, get down and knock out 10.
TJ Ronnie G.
Yeah, I mean, Deep Space Nine, it's always been one of my favorites. And yeah, it didn't start off that way.
No.
But I didn't give up on the show. I can remember even my dad asking me one day, he's all, why do you keep watching that show? It doesn't feel like Star Trek. I said, because there's something about it I enjoy. I like how the characters are shaping up. All right. The transporter room has a lock on the BJ Ronnie G signal. I'm being directly ops. You have some explaining to do, mister.
Yes, sir. I had to fill in for you, DJ Ronnie G. Come on, man.
Where exactly were you, and why didn't you report to duty on time? You said you were taking a nap, but Mr. DJ Ronnie G, I really would like to hear a reasonable answer, and not just you took a nap.
He's messing around with his turtles. He's doing experiments.
Could it be that with this silence, he's the first Starfleet officer to go on an active mutiny?
He might have. Oh, no, he had a blue screen. That's no good.
Oh, so it was a computer malfunction. No wonder with the computer malfunction, no wonder his transporter systems were offline. That also affects the warp drive.
There's
no sleeping here on Pacific 404. Cash knows that all too well.
Yeah, Baron keeps passing out. No.
Yeah. I'm sure DJ will be back.
I would hope so.
But no, I mean, you look at DS9 from season 1. Yeah, there are episodes that are full of growing pains, like any new series.
Yeah. Season ones of shows, I mean, everything. I can tell you Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., like, what was keeping things going for me was Coulson. But the show, the first season was slow until Hydra came into the picture, and then everything changed. Everything. The show just took on a whole new level in a really good direction. So, yeah, I mean, shows start off slow. One show, though, that, of course, it never got, thank goodness for the fans, but I don't know, like something like Firefly, I was already like, okay, there's already potential here. And why? Because of Mr. Fillion. Fillion is just like a Tom Selleck or whatever. He just commands shows. It's his presence. It's just something about the guy. There's other people, just like Sigourney Weaver. She has a presence.
The world, Avery Brooks, when you saw him in Spencer for Hire, he had a presence.
Yep.
You see him here on Deep Space Nine, he has a presence. And I'm reintegrating DJ's pattern into the pattern buffer of the transporter, and now I'm going to reassemble him. Energizing.
DJ Ronnie G.
I can't believe. Number one, I just emerged from this. I got my mobile communicator. I had to use my comm badge because my communication console. I bought it from a Ferengi on Deep Space Nine, and it gave me a blue screen, which I thought was supposed to be a good thing. He told me it was a good thing. Quark told me this would be a good thing to have a blue screen, but
I'm sure
it
he
seemed
did.
like on the contrary. But I'm very sorry. I fucking pardon my language. I freaking lost track of time, and then like I was in this alternate universe known as a nap. Had this weird dream. I dead ass. I had a weird dream that I was flying around my neighborhood. Not that I has anything to do with
In
this
other
in the show.
words, after you bought the communication device from Quark, you went up to one of Quark's hollow suites, you ran the program, and you completely lost track of time.
DJ, I don't. Yeah, I mean, the last time I had a blue screen was like there was something wrong with the.
I'm
Space
being a
Marine
nerd.
crews.
I'm being a dork. I'm being me, Helion. Just say that.
Helion's like, what? What's going on here? Chicken. Helion
Well,
chicken.
that's the thing. It was after Voyager returned. They took something from the logs, apparently something to do with a Captain Ransom, and it was this weird VR headset I used before my nap.
Mm-hmm. So, DJ, I just want to ask you, when it comes to the episode Emissary, the first episode of Deep Space Nine, what are your thoughts on it?
Well, I always like the beginning, and when like what's his name, Julian Bashir's all smug, he's like, this is the stuff, frontier medicine, and then like Kieran and Reese is all like, oh yeah, we're a simple folk over here, and he like realizes, oh shit, I just insulted one of the locals. But as far as episodes go, I mean, it introduces you to like a few things at the same time, right? I mean, like,
right,
you get that moment where you get that connection between TNG and DS9, where like they're literally on the Enterprise. You got the holodeck situation and all of that, and then they get to the beautiful state. Actually, Kevin, sorry, I forgot about the beginning of the episode. I loved the way they integrate Battle of Wolf 359. My God, I missed out on that, didn't I? My God, that shit was cool. Like they used one of the escape pods to go out the back of the shuttle bay too. I mean, that was cool. And then they had a big window in the back of it. They had to design a new escape pod just so there would be a window in the back for Cisco to get that view.
Yeah, and I don't know if you noticed it in the thumbnail, but that's where my screen capture came from, was Cisco looking out the window, and you can see the reflection of the Borg cube.
Oh. I didn't see the thumbnail yet. I was too busy rebooting my machine. Well, I didn't have to reboot my machine. It did it for me automatically. Hey, Google, stop. Yeah, it did it automatically. I mean, that happens once in a blue moon. It usually happens if I don't reboot for like a few days at a time, Cash. Like if I use Hibernate a lot because I don't want to like reopen my windows and stuff. So if I reboot it more frequently, it probably wouldn't be a problem. But it's not like enough of an issue. Like it doesn't happen really that often. When it happens, it'll be like a one-off, and it doesn't happen for weeks. Last time I had a major spate of blue screens was because I had a second GPU in here that was overwhelming the bus a little bit. But I mean, the episode gets you introduced to everything that you need to know, gets the setting, shows you this weird element about the religion of the Bajorans. That's like something that comes out of left field as a Trekkie, like, where, you're like, okay, they got to deal with this now. It's like, this is not Starfleet's backyard anymore. And it looks like I'm going to be beaming again, so I'm going to hang up my communicator. Kirk, science officer out. That was nearly stolen valor right there when I said Kirk out.
And
yeah, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to say Kirk out. That was stolen valor. I believe that's what Barron would call it, because saying that I'm a captain when I'm not a captain, that's stolen valor right there.
you have the rank of lieutenant commander. I hear you're due for a promotion.
I might be, but I have a feeling it's a reprimand on my record at the moment. I'm not sure if I can make up for it with scrubbing a plasma manifold.
Oh, I was going to have you in waste extraction.
Well, waste extraction, that's actually easy these days. It's not like that cartoon portrays it at all.
And then there's a few dings on the hull that need to be buffed out, repaired. So I'm going to need you to get into an environmental suit and conduct some repairs on the hull.
You're not gonna let me do it from inside the hull like everyone else. I actually have to do it from the outside. It's way harder. It's way easier to just hammer the hull from the inside. Then again, I guess you can't do that when the hull is like.
We've got
thick.
some debris in the hull that needs to be removed before we can replace it.
Will you guys do it while the shields are up?
The shields were down because our science officer wasn't there to remodulate the shields.
Yeah. I'm so that multispectral debris that did happen. Well, I wasn't aware of it, but that tends to happen when the science officer doesn't report. But yeah, I know you guys are wrapping up probably. We usually started a couple hours earlier than usual, right? Which is not a bad thing. It's my fault that.
Remember, all streams start at 6 o'clock now. 6 p.m. Eastern.
You literally announced that the other day. Okay, yeah, that's true. But yeah, so how was the episode, guys? What did you guys? I mean, I'm sure you guys already discussed it, but did you guys enjoy it?
I've always enjoyed this episode.
Yeah, it was a good episode. Mm-hmm.
Like I was saying, even watching it, I still remember. It was Tuesday, January 3rd, 1993. Watching it and going, all right, so this is Deep Space Nine. My big hand up, and you got to understand, I was in junior high at the time, 14, about to turn 15 in April that year. I didn't like the runabouts. I called the runabouts Riki Tiki runabouts. Because, up until that point, 6 seasons of Next Generation. Granted, Next Generation was still going on in its 6th season when Deep Space Nine premiered, but I was used to a starship.
Mm-hmm.
Even the original series, a starship. The motion picture, starship.
Oh, yeah.
Deep Space Nine, space station with Riki Tiki runabouts.
I mean, you learn more about the runabouts as time goes on.
Yeah, you do.
That first season, it was something else. Like when I was first watching it as a youth, and when I was rewatching it, but by then I understood the power of a runabout. But first time watching it, it did put a weird reflection on the show because I'm thinking these little oversized shuttlecraft. It's that's all they got. And so now whenever they want to go on an adventure away from the station, which granted you could do a lot of things on the station, and they sure as heck did, but when they tried to go out on an adventure in a runabout, it was always in a freaking runabout, and it's my God, it's not that bad, but initially it is something to get used to because a runabout is literally like an auxiliary craft. We did 1 or 2 TNG episodes out of a runabout, and luckily, when I got the Star Trek technical manual, DS9 technical manual, they have a lot of lore in there. In fact, I have the DS9.
Yeah, a lot of information about the runabouts in the DS9 technical manual.
Yep, and so I actually have the PDF right here for that too. It's a fine reference. I use it. I rely on it heavily as a science officer, as you can imagine, and bringing the Defiant. I know some people debate about the design of the Defiant, whether it was a good idea to have that design. I don't know if I'm even sharing my screen right now. Am I?
You are.
Okay, good.
Yeah, I just enlarged it.
Cool, but I remember a friend of mine had a discussion about the runabout, and I watched a video from some guy. I think it was Laser Pig, and he has some funny thoughts about the front section where it looks like it turns out this part can be ejected. So the debate is this really a weapon? Because you got your sensor array and one of your docking ports there. And I think the mess hall is in here too, although I want to say the mess hall is in one of these areas over here. But the logic the guy came up with, how about we just say it's an ejectable section. If it gets damaged in combat, you can remove it, put a new one on, and effect repairs on the other part or something like that. It's okay, fair enough, that works,
Well, just like with the runabouts, there was a section of the runabouts that could be ejected in case of emergency.
Mm-hmm. The whole front bit was the flight compartment ejectable?
Yeah, that's the part that was ejectable.
In that case, I believe we have the runabout in here. Yes, here it is. This is where I learned a lot about the runabout. This is why I was mentioning this book, because you can even see, they got those, mission patches or those, whatever they call it, like they do a lot of the space programs or, any number of the American programs where they are designing something and...
these patches and emblems, go back to World War II, if not further.
And this one here, like, has that like art style where like it's clearly an everything machine. And we know on the show you see runabouts that are equipped with a sensor package on the top. You see ones that might have an auxiliary phaser array on the top.
Or torpedo.
Yeah, the torpedo launcher, absolutely. And so those are all great examples. And I remember even like I'm trying to remember if I know Cisco worked on the Defiant project, but did he work on the Runabout project as well?
No, as far as I know, it was only the Defiant project that he worked on.
Gotcha.
But Utopia Phoenicia.
Yep. Okay. Yeah. Because like that. That's why he, I guess, knew about the Defiant or knew the Defiant well enough to believe that it could be used for the mission at hand. And look, I mean, like, I know people complain about Defiant sometimes. I think like it spiced up the show. You got away from those rinky-dinky runabouts, as you put it, and you got a cool Defiant. But even like in the episode where they go into the they go with the or is it not the Phoenix? What the heck was the ship called? The Legacy Odyssey. The USS Odyssey. And
the Odyssey in the episode Jim Hadar, where it goes into the Gamma Quadrant with the other two runabouts because Cisco has the Rio Grande, and he took it to the Gamma Quadrant with Quark, Nog, and Jake. But the Odyssey gets there in the episode Jim Hadar. Of course, the Jim Hadar fighter does a kamikaze attack and destroys the Odyssey.
Yep, and like that was a wild one because it's like nobody saw it coming, and they were like, but they were retreating, and it's like, yeah, the Jemadar wants to send a message. They don't give a bleep. They want you to know they'll do whatever it takes, and they really didn't care. They just want to send that message, and they sure as heck did. And this actually looks like the runabout from the TNG episode where the back compartment has like a nice little like conference room or eating area, and I think throughout DS9 they altered this a lot, and that's totally fine because there's different ways you can use all of the spaces here. But of course, we spent most
for
of the
different
show...
purposes depending on the mission.
Yep, exactly. And that modular construction, you got that and you can see what a warp core is on this version here and how compact it is, and where your antimatter and deuterium pods are. But it's really like not as rinky dink once you get once you warm up to it a little bit. I mean, it is
which is something I did, but I mean, I understand. I was 14 years old. This is the first new Star Trek series that we had received since Next Generation, and again, I will reiterate the fact that I'd been used to crews being on a starship, where unlike on a station, Helion. On a station, you can only stay in one particular area. On a starship, you can go throughout multiple points.
Yeah, true.
Yep. And that's the other thing, too. It's like, we get this big Cardassian station, and then the only Starfleet asset we get for a while, so I'm seeing a couple of Starfleet ships, or a number of Starfleet ships get wasted at the beginning of the show. We just get the Enterprise D for a few minutes. And then we just get runabouts for like a while.
We get the runabouts, and then, of course, we get the Cardassian Galore class cruisers.
But that is a filthy Cardassian ship. Those run-down rust buckets. Those things should be hauled as garbage, Mike.
I think that's what should happen with Starfleet Academy. I think that should be hauled away as garbage.
Oh man, did I lose the browser tab with Starfleet Academy? I hear that's not Starfleet Academy. I had a browser tab open before my computer rebooted, and it had a picture that was endemic. And my dad saw the lady, the blonde lady, and goes, "Oh, she's kind of hot." Like, dude, she sounds like an old lady. And I'm not trying to be offensive. It's like, when she's wearing glasses, they don't wear glasses in the future. I understand people have to wear prosthodontic dental work, but it shouldn't sound like it in the 25th century, 29th century.
Yeah. I mean, the other one that wore glasses in the future was Kirk, but that's because he was allergic to Retinox 5.
Yep, and that's cool. They tied that into the sci-fi. They gave it a good excuse. And sure, go for it. Say more people are allergic to Retinox. That's all right. I wouldn't be so mad if they threw that in as a little gag, But I also remember they changed the console layout of the runabout. So in earlier seasons of DS9, you see a couple extra like rectangular like panels that are kind of like offset from the wall, I guess you would say. But this
Mm-hmm.
looks like this like the finalized design in the technical manual here. Oh, look at that! It's the entire warp subsystem. You got the computer core, which has like all your isolinear sheets. I think they're actually sheets like paper. 53 command preprocessors and data analysis units. Okay, isolinear subnodes distributed throughout the runabout. Blah blah blah. Okay, whatever. So they got a central computer core and they got some decentralized assets that kind of makes sense. You got your impulse drive, but it's like they pack a lot of punch in here. And what I saw that was kind of cool was you got the micro torpedo here. And I guess there's a micro torpedo launcher, but
Yeah,
and that's small. Look at that. It's like 10, 12 centimeters, 13 centimeters.
yeah, that's why it can only carry a certain amount.
Mm-hmm. And that's why I think if it did carry a full torpedo launcher, it would have been like, very limited. And then here's a great example of the mission module setup here too, which is interesting that, two reasons I find it interesting. One, because I watched Space 1999 and they have a ship called Eagle 1. And that literally is what Eagle 1 is designed to do. Eagle 1 is, why is Google Picture Search giving me everything but Eagle 1? Maybe I got to type it in. I got to. Eagle 1 Space 1999. I guess they think it's too obscure to put it in a Google search. Okay, there we go. So, Eagle 1 from Space 1999. And you can see, like, it's like you got this, like, picture right here of the, looks like a play set. Is that a model or a play set? It looks cool. Oh, wow, that's cool. That must have been on pre-order a long time ago. I bet it's not on pre-order anymore. But this part here, there's actually versions where they don't have the cargo container or the mission container here, or they put a different mission container. They have a combat eagle that's painted a little differently, but generally it's more like you got your pilots up here and you got your weapons and ordnance down here, just like on the pylon of a fighter plane wing. And when I see the fact that you can swap out this central component here, this central compartment, that's sort of like what I saw with the Danube class runabout, which of course Danube, that's a river, and all the other runabouts are named after rivers. And you can see like they got the power connections here, and some of our naval ships we experimented with mission modules, and I think there's one class of ship where they're doing it right, but for a while they had a class of ship where it just didn't really work out as planned. But so I don't know if they got the idea from this, but this definitely is just a solid example. So I'm glad I was at least able to share some imagery of the runabout, which will be central to DS9 as the series itself progresses, and we watch more episodes in any order, whatever episodes may come up in the future of the adventure continues.
Yeah, because, I mean, with the runabouts, even though they had the Defiant, the runabouts are still used throughout the entire show. And, of course, Steve-O's asking us about the Universe class. Was that the biggest ship at the time that we saw it? That was the biggest ship that we had, and of course it had the name of the Enterprise. It was the Enterprise J.
Yeah, I think that thing was exotic looking, like, and like being from the far future. It's one of those designs where they just go over the top of making it look insane, and they take everything about a Starfleet design that we already are familiar with, and they just like make it crazy. And I'm not knocking it. I'm saying that in the sense that, like, the warp day cells don't look like they should even hold themselves together. And
and Baron was telling me one time that was one of the things he didn't like about the design was how thin the warp nacelles were.
And that's the nacelles themselves. Good point. Because like way I see it, even though it looks ugly, it's so far in the future, it kind of doubles down on the original design philosophy of the original Enterprise, in my opinion. So with the original Enterprise, you have those pylons, and those don't look like, they can hold a lot either, but yet it works. And why does it work? Because like even in 23rd century, the level of technology, structural integrity fields, their ability to sustain a structural load despite the awkward shape or the shape that would normally not be something you would expect to see in our era, it works. And so I just think that whatever they were doing already with structural integrity fields, it's like it works better. But the pilot
and also, let's put this into, the pod as well. We don't know what other species Starfleet has encountered at that time that might have helped give Starfleet an idea as far as pylon design and what materials are used to construct the ship.
That's true too. Yeah, and is that Carter's ship? Universe class scale. I type universe class scale, and it gives me a brief on the Carter ship scale. I'm like, no, I'm looking for scale of starships. Like, I love those size comparisons sometimes, and I want to see if we can get a universe class just to really get an idea of what we're talking about here. Like in reference to other Starfleet ships, and if this is Cash, you played STO. Is this? They're pretty faithful in STO when it comes to size class. I don't know what the hell.
They usually are.
I don't know what the hell Crossfield class is doing there.
They've done some good research. There's a few other things that they could do for that game, but the ship combat and the designs of the ship, I mean, they're definitely from all the different Trek shows and all the different. There was definitely some research that went into that game for sure.
Well, especially when you have people like Doug Drexler, telling them, okay, this is how this ship would work if it were an actual ship, and also helping to design some ships. And what was great about Star Trek Online was the fact that they actually allowed fans to submit their own designs, and that's how we got the Odyssey class.
Yeah, it's so cool. That's a good thing. I think if you really care about your fan base, you should always do stuff like that. Hey, you guys have some designs, you want to submit? Maybe we'll use them, and maybe we won't. But I think that's good. When a show is popular or something like that, then yeah.
I think it's good to get involvement, fan involvement, and cat involvement.
Now, just for reference, this here is a Sovereign right over here. And it's a little bit bigger than a Galaxy class on TNG. And then this is your Universe class. And I never noticed about it because I've never really seen a hashed out Universe class, right? I see it on the Master Ship's display on Enterprise. That's like the in-universe reference we get to see. We don't necessarily see a full shot of it from the outside, so I don't know how many creative liberties they took, but I'd say that scale of the windows and stuff is right. But it looks like that sources section is separable. I mean, like, it's like built over this big, like, whatever you call it, structure here, So I don't know, it's an interesting ship, though. I'm glad it was mentioned. But yeah, they say it's all puny.
And I think we can all address this question from Halion. This says DS9 isn't a ship that explores. It's a ruin people argue over. How does the broken station visually tell you what kind of Star Trek series this will be? The way it tells you what kind of Star Trek series it will be is because it's done on a starship. The alien races, whether they're ones that we know about or ones that we're encountering for the first time, have to come to the station. If a runabout's not used to go to a particular planet.
Oh my gosh.
And that's how it was done in some episodes of Deep Space Nine, where alien races would actually come from the Gamma Quadrant, which was established in this episode, the Emissary, to Deep Space Nine, and we would meet them. And Tim, good to see you.
Hello, Tim. There's the rust bucket that should be hauled as garbage.
Well, Cisco had to haul it.
Yeah, and compare those. Look at those designs. Like, compare those to, what the hell we have now, how basic it is. And I don't know. It's not, it doesn't shine, in my opinion. Look at that design. How cool.
Yeah, the Derek class Warbird.
Yep. And you got like that large bulk, most of it's concentrated here. It's got a lot of hollow space in there, but I imagine there's plenty of crew compartments. You can see there's like some windows back here as well. So yeah, it's got some serious internal volume in there too.
Oh, he's definitely trapped, Helion. He's definitely trapped at that time. Yeah.
But yeah, the German starships were probably among the more exotic looking designs. But when you introduce a new alien race, you're bound to get something. So they get
those
the recycle.
Are cool, man. Yeah. Love that. Those designs are really interesting and unique. I love that.
What this episode is essentially saying about Cisco, Helion, is that Cisco is trapped in that one moment of time that changed his life. There are events in our lives that will always stick with us, and for some people, they always go there. And Tim says Star Trek from 66 to 2005 had ships that looked like real Navy ships. Well, I mean, take a look at it. Enterprise, for instance. I mean, DJ, you and I had talked about this a couple weeks ago.
Mm-hmm.
But Enterprise, you can see how heavily influenced it was by naval ships, submarines, battleships, cruisers, aircraft carriers.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's a cool design too. I love that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, some of these are weird variants. Like I think these are like almost like kit bashes in some cases. Like
Yeah.
this one's a popular kit bash. It's a Marquis Raider, I think, combined with the Voyager hardware and scaled up.
Yeah, and that's how they came up with other classes of ships, like the Nebula class. That was a kit bash of the Galaxy class. Okay, let's remove the neck. Let's flip the nacelle pylons upside down and stick the saucer section right onto the secondary hull, and there you go. A new class of ship. And, you know, we'll also add a module that could be used for sensors or photon torpedoes or whatever the mission parameters happen to be. I mean, go back a little ways, TJ. Stop. For just one
more. The top or the bottom? Oh, that one. No, that one, right?
One more. Because there was a kit bash of an Oberth.
Oberth kit bash. Okay.
Yeah.
That's not Oberth, right? No.
No. There it is.
Oh yeah.
See,
So-
that's a kit bash too, where you have part of the Oberth class, but then you have the nacelles that are expanded instead of being on top of the saucer section. I like that design.
And it always conforms to the rules because, like in Star Trek, typically a ship is nacelles have to be in line of sight of each other. At least that's generally how they do it. And one of the arguments is that, maybe it's something to do with the warp field mechanics. Maybe it's the fact that a warp nacelle is this high energy thing that will incinerate you if you're too close to it. But, it's I can see maybe they found a way to make it work on Oberth class because of the weak warp engines. But if you need more speed or you're going to put this thing to work in a war, then, yeah, attaching Oberth saucer gives you everything you need to do command and control. Using a secondary hull of an Excelsior is going to give you everything else you need to get the performance that you need without necessarily building that large saucer.
Mm-hmm. And again, even Andrew Probert was very adamant about making sure that when he designed both the original Ambassador class starship and the Enterprise D, that the nacelles followed the role of being within the line of sight. Now, I've heard different things as to his views on the Defiant. Some say that he doesn't particularly care for that design. Others say that he was lukewarm to the design, but I don't know what the real answer is.
I feel like that's something they would have discussed on Trek Yards. I think they have both Probert and Drexler on as guests before.
Yeah, they have.
I wonder if they cover that one because I remember I saw Drexler. I think it was talking about the design of the NX-01 and why he went for the look that resembled a what do you call it? What the hell?
Akira class.
Yep, exactly. And then meanwhile, I also remember seeing an episode when Probert discussed his work on the Enterprise C, and I didn't know that beforehand. And then he mentions like, oh yeah, and they both mentioned like this is what was on the model was in the back of the conference room, and it's like, oh, and when you look at that model when you watch an episode, you're like, oh shoot, it is different. It does have that like weird like secondary hull that looks like a blend between the modern Galaxy class and the original, more original like Enterprise A style.
Mm-hmm. Which I have said this to Baron. I wish they had kept the original design.
Yeah, it was plenty good in its own right. I mean, like they didn't really need to modernize it unless it was easier for the designers. I could see where maybe the model builders just said, "Hey, look, it's just easier to get a tube right now."
He's a disturbing, charming, future problem villain.
Well, yeah. I would say, what do you like? Well, it depends. Sometimes Ducat could be. You could even grows on you sometimes. Like I remember that episode when he brought Cisco to his planet to like observe their operations because they were working on a situation with the Maquis. And honestly, I started to like the guy.
It was when the Defiant was stolen.
Mm-hmm. That was it. What a situation! And I remember the Obsidian Order. They had some friction with the Obsidian Order in that episode. Ooh, U-505 in Chicago. That's cool. They got a U-boat in Chicago that you can go, and I think you can even board it. I think they had to get it into the Great Lakes.
Mm-hmm. I mean, it just goes to show when they design the corridors of the interior of the ship and also the exterior of the ship, they did pay attention to naval design. I mean, Matt Jeffries, who designed the original Enterprise, he was in the Navy. So that's where a lot of his inspiration came from.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah, I mean, and the Jeffries tubes, literally Jeffries tubes. Matt Jeffries, big naval guy, too. And he once again went for, like, that situation where you could do damage control while underway. Mm-hmm. And that meant having conduits. That meant having catwalks, well, conduits mainly, but repair conduits and Jeffries tubes.
I mean, Enterprise had its access ways for emergency repairs, and they also used them to hide from various alien species that were scanning Enterprise and onboard Enterprise.
Oh yeah.
I mean, there's no lack of creativity when you look at the different starship designs throughout Star Trek, whether they were actually seen on the screen or, there were concepts being discussed, being developed. I mean, the early concept art for the Defiant, it's different than the final version that we get on screen.
Mm-hmm.
Even the early concept for Voyager is different. But Cash, what do you think about the various ship designs and creativity?
I love creativity, man, but it's just I've never got deep into ship designs, but I just like cool designs that it just adds more to the. It just to me makes a bigger impact. It's like, because you look at it and it's like, this is something I think I would want to fly, and then to design, and then you look inside the ship. But as I said, I haven't gotten deep like into this like you, Baron and DJ. So, but I do like cool designs, man. I don't like when I see something that looks like just a box, and I'm like, it just looks too plain. It looks okay, but they could have done
so you're not a fan of the Borg cube?
It's okay. It's all right.
Well, they are the Borg. I mean, it's kind of
they are the Borg. It makes sense. Yeah.
Like, they're not thinking about the interior or exterior design at all. They're thinking about, like, how can we distribute the power nodes all over this thing so that if part of it gets blown up, it still works. But, yeah, I get it. Like, it's like buying the toy. Sometimes people are like, do I want that toy? When I was a kid and I was choosing what toy to buy, I was like, the Borg Cube was not the first thing I wanted at all.
Ship designs, this is what they forget about. Like, if I'm playing a Trek game and stuff, And if it's not a certain way, but I can actually buy ships, not just like STO. I want to buy cool looking ships. That's why people want to buy cool looking stuff. It obviously makes sense. I mean, it's just the way we are built as humans. But yeah, no, I might dig more into these ship designs, but I just like cool ship designs. I always have. I like cool designs of anything, and then if the interior looks interesting too, like you look at the Borg cube, for example, the interior looks really interesting to me. So that's really cool with the recharge chambers and yeah. And then the way the Enterprise always looked in the different areas, and when they went up the ladder and they go into the vents, and like I don't know, I just always care about that stuff. But yeah, I have always like cool ship designs. I've just never gotten into it as like some of you guys, but maybe I'll get more into it.
And Helion, to be perfectly honest with you, if you really want to get into Deep Space Nine, I would recommend you start watching Next Generation.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree.
Because of the fact that the Cardassians are introduced in Next Generation, the Bajorans are introduced in Next Generation, and the Ferengi and elements of this episode are first introduced in Star Trek The Next Generation.
Yeah, including the species, the Bajoran, and they sort of not really hashed out in detail, but I'm sure did the episode go into detail that it was basically like 50 years under Cardassian occupation?
60.
60, wow.
Yeah.
So, it's like a resource colony from their perspective, and, they're sustaining their race at the cost of the Bajoran labor. And as the show goes on, you're going to see some interesting narratives. They have an episode where they go back in time, and by accident, of course, and like they're living on a station while it was still under Cardassian rule, and they had to navigate that system, and it meant that anybody Bajoran like Kira Nerys was now basically just an employee at best, and something like a slave at worst, and ugly situation to be. And one of the crazy elements on the station was there was an episode where I think it might even be season 1 or 2. They're in the bottom of the station where apparently there used to be like a elevator or something like that.
There used to be an ore processing area, and they trigger a security system that will kill any non-Cardassians.
Yeah, because it thought they tripped the system that thought there was a prison riot.
Mm-hmm.
That was wild.
So Garrick's the only one at first that can get through the station because it recognizes him as a Cardassian. Then Gul Dukat shows up. Gul Dukat tries to leave, and the system thinks he's betraying his duties.
That was awesome.
Yeah.
Because then the other Gul comes up on the recording. I knew you'd try to leave, so we programmed it so that you can't leave, you coward. And he's like, this is awkward. Cardassian internal politics at their best.
Yep. And Helion, I know you're not dumb. It's hard to get into a series like Deep Space Nine when you're not familiar with what's already been established in that particular show. Or in this case, a particular franchise when it comes to Star Trek.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if I would have enjoyed Deep Space Nine as much if that was my first Star Trek series to get into without knowing a lot of lore.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
and there's a number of people who don't care about lore and this and that. I wish they did, but they just don't. So as long as there's flashy stuff and there's bang, bang, boom, 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 they're all happy. So fine, whatever.
Yeah, TNG is great, but like I was saying throughout this broadcast, when Deep Space Nine started, it did take it a while, but it became my favorite very quickly, especially by the end of season 2 with the introduction of the Dominion and Jem'Hadar. Then you go into season 3 with the Defiant being introduced, and by the time the show was done, it solidified itself as the best Star Trek spin-off series.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's better than Voyager. I think it's better than Next Generation, I think it's better than Enterprise, and I certainly think it's better than anything that Kurtzman has tried to produce in the last 9 years.
Mm-hmm. It's like a low bar, but yeah, you're right. I mean, like, gosh, like, I can't believe Kurtzman's been on the case for as long as he has been on the case. Like, has it been 20 years already?
Something. Yeah, he's been there a long time.
Gosh, it's almost been 20 years. I mean, he was on the 2009 Star Trek writing team for that J.J. Abrams movie.
Oh, dear.
Him and Robert Orsi.
No. You can take or leave those films. I don't really think there may be.
They're not Star Trek.
They're just what did Crit put it as? Action films. Yeah, they're good action films.
Ellen, the fact that you're asking questions and you're curious
Nothing
shows
wrong.
me that you have maybe not invested interest, but you're willing to learn about the universe. And there are many of us who could teach you about the universe of Star Trek and try to help you understand the Star Trek lingo, especially when it comes to technobabble.
Just anytime you get into something, just take it slow and just
don't rush into it.
Don't rush anything. You'll drive yourself crazy. So.
I mean, I know science fiction, Star Trek, Star Wars, all that isn't something that everyone's interested in.
They're not, and that's fine. This stuff is not for everybody.
But if you're willing to ask questions and you're willing to learn, that there are people like us who will say, well, this is why this is important in this episode. This is, why Sisko is still trapped in the past, because that's where he lost his wife during a horrendous battle, a battle that the Federation couldn't win.
Yeah, exactly. And Sisko's going to make a mistake. He's going to make mistakes. Kira's going to make mistakes. They all make mistakes.
Odo makes mistakes. Bashir.
Characters that are flawed have always proven to be the best characters because they are flawed and they have to build. And this is what they want to forget now. And it just continues on. We'll see. We'll see if the pendulum swings again and people start caring more about having flawed characters and not just weakness, but actual flawed and why they're flawed.
Well, the characters that don't know everything from the get-go, they have to learn from a mentor.
Exactly.
I mean, the fact that Sisko is resistant to being called the Emissary in the beginning, it's something that I thought was a good idea to show that he's not comfortable being looked at in this light by the Bajoran people, looked at as, a spiritual guide or even a god.
He doesn't want people to look at him ever that way.
No.
And it's just he would rather be humbled. He doesn't. He just wants to do the best job from all the Deep Space Nine that I've watched, a number of episodes, he just wants to be. He doesn't even want to be liked. He just wants to do what he feels.
He wants to do his duty.
Yeah, he does care about people, though. He does care about everybody on his crew, though, and everybody on the station.
All the people on the station, and even when people stop him to, be blessed by the emissary to the prophets, they'll bring their babies.
Yes.
To Sisko.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And let me open up Discord.
And I was thinking early in the series, like Sisko is grappling with like wormhole aliens. They all want to just call them wormhole aliens, and it's like nobody wants to call them the prophets. They're like, there's some kooky religion stuff here, guys, and they're like, everyone's like, no, that's part of our belief. And then they see miracles from the prophets. Like, well, I don't know what they are, but I guess I'll call them the prophets.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. Yeah. But you gotta admit, I know this is just a meme, but you gotta admit, the menagerie was a clever way of putting in that original pilot of the cage.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Tim. Oh, Tim. If you guys go to the Discord, it's the one with Fry from Futurama. That's the one I'm going, oh, Tim.
Oh, no. Release the memes.
Yeah.
Of course.
Pigs in space. Oink, oink.
Oh, Mike. Somebody.
New Starfleet vessel unable to reach warp speed because the crew is too fat. Oh, gosh. Yeah.
Oh, shit.
Oh, my gosh.
How old?
Damn,
Oh, God, it's
some of these
back.
are bad. I feel like
Jeez, man.
people pissed off. That's hilarious.
All right, I'm going to share this one, though.
That's funny.
I'm
Would
going to share
YouTube
this
get
one.
offended about that one? They might. I don't care.
Yeah,
That's
yeah,
awesome.
they probably would.
That's great.
I mean, I can still show. I can still show them. I don't give a shit. Keeping up with the Kardashians.
It's a good one.
See, Al just doesn't look right.
No.
Let's see. It's in space.
It's brutal. No.
How Odo got his goo back.
That's
I'm so happy.
pretty good.
Let's see. We are the Borg, but even we have standards.
Not bad. Not bad.
Yeah, this is the one I was going, oh my God. New Starfleet vessel unable to reach warp speed because the crew is too fast.
Babylon B did it again, man. Of course. Love it.
Yep.
Very exciting.
I want to believe there's a Starship Enterprise out there.
Oh, yeah.
Boldly going where no one has gone before.
Oh my God.
Our chief engineer is trying to deploy a makeshift solar cell. We have high hopes that this will be successful, generate power to keep us alive. Well,
Should we put that Fry one in there just for reactions in one of the other Discords? I don't know. That's so brutal, man.
I'm showing it. I'm not sure if Star Trek or ICE protesters from Minnesota. God, Tim.
You went for the jugular on that one, man.
And then, of course, the Menagerie, an episode of Star Trek where they sit around watching an episode of Star Trek.
All right, woohoo!
Let's see. Let me get to this last one here. Don't brush your teeth with your left hand.
Well,
why not?
See,
because a toothbrush works a lot better.
It's the thing is, a lot of the aliens, I believe, and I will always believe, they're like, oh, hey, yeah, oh my gosh, what is wrong with these humans? All right, I'm out. All right, let's get what did they say? A Slurpee? Let's get a Slurpee and we're gone. We're done. That's what I believe a lot of the aliens are like. These humans are ridiculous, man. I'm out. So they would go hide somewhere.
Yeah.
I just really believe that. I really do. These aliens, like, no, they're too crazy for us. There's no way. No. We don't want to make contact with them yet.
Here's me loving, how
maybe
Star Trek
something,
used to be, looking at new Star Trek and saying, "Computer, activate auto destruct sequence."
Hello, computer. Yeah. Well, you have to use the mouse. So quaint. I think something like that. Yeah.
Computer, hello, computer.
Hello, computer. I love that scene. It's great.
Asking with it being the 40th anniversary of the voyage home. Yes, we are going to watch it where the adventure continues. I just don't know when yet.
Trek 4 is a very good movie. Voyage Home is very good.
Yep.
The whole whales thing, everything. It's really interesting. Very good film. Very memorable. A lot of good lines. The hell they are your whales. But yeah, a lot of great stuff in there.
Yeah. He did a lot of LDS back in the 60s. Gracie is pregnant. How do you know that? How does he know that?
Where are the Wessels? The Wessels. The what? The
nuclear
Wessels.
Wessels. I think they're across the bay.
Where are the
in
nuclear
Alameda.
Wessels? The Wessels in Alameda. They're in Alameda.
Alameda, but where's Alameda?
Where's Alameda?
I mean, I've mentioned it numerous times, and I'll still mention it over and over again. But that was the first Star Trek movie I watched.
No.
4th grade. My one teacher, she was a big Star Trek fan, and she got the VHS, and
No.
she said, "We're watching this today." Well, okay. Oh, it's Star Trek. I know what Star Trek is. I watched Star Trek, but I hadn't watched a Star Trek movie at that point until that particular afternoon.
Yeah.
It's like,
You know
I
what's
like this.
what's really interesting, Tim, about space exploration and stuff, we haven't, and it's great to see, we haven't had too many accidents. And besides the Challenger and the Columbia, if I remember, had problems. I think it was the Columbia.
Yes.
Yeah.
And we haven't had too many problems with space. And people that do not want to explore space, fine, they don't care. Maybe they're older, they don't care. They should care. Because at some point, this planet will be overrun, and we have to go somewhere else at some point. We're not there yet, and we probably won't be there for a
Not
long
only
time.
overrun. I mean, any number of things can happen to this
True,
planet that
true,
would
exactly. I agree.
And it's like it can happen at any time. It can
Yeah,
be
the
super
Apollo
incon-
1 fire, right? Yes, right.
Mhm.
That is the third one. Yes,
Yep.
that was terrible too. Yes.
And see, Star Trek always inspired. That's why we had people join NASA, people become scientists, engineers, wanting to join the Navy
Mm-hmm.
because of Star Trek.
Mm-hmm. And that's
And-
what these shows can do, is they can inspire things that can become real life things. Even stuff in like the James Bond show, some of the stuff actually became real to an extent. Same with Back to the Future, some things. And they almost got that Cubs thing right. They were close.
Yeah, they were just a year off.
They were a year off on that Cubs in the Back to the Future too. Pretty crazy. Yes, and Doctors too, right? Yeah.
Why did we only walk on the moon once? No, we did a couple more moonwalks.
Yeah, we did like 8 of them or something like that. But
Yeah,
it's
we
a
did a
common
few more,
misconception.
yes.
It is
Right.
a common misconception that we only went to the moon once because,
Right.
unfortunately, science communicators aren't doing their job or something
Right.
like that. But bottom line, yeah, we did Apollo 11. That was the first moonwalk landing. Before that, Apollo 8 was actually the furthest we flew from Earth up until Apollo 13, I think, because in order to do Apollo 8, they had to orbit the moon. So even though they didn't land, they did like a dry rehearsal basically prior to that. But Apollo 8 was the one where they like orbited the moon. So technically, they're on the other side of the moon, the furthest that anyone's ever been up to that point, and even for a while after. But Apollo 13, they also had to do the slingshot maneuver, which was actually one of the planned contingencies for if they couldn't land on the moon or if they didn't have the ability to light their engine. It was their backup plan, and it worked. It worked exactly as planned, so that was good. I mean, they had to make some changes to the plan due to the battery issue. because Apollo 13, they get their power from basically using hydrogen fuel cells. So they use the hydrogen and the oxygen to kind of like both produce water to cool their electronics and some drinking water, but also to power their stuff. So when that oxygen or hydrogen tank blew up and blew a hole in the side of the service module, which that's basically the Apollo capsule layout. You have like this big cylinder next to the capsule, and that's basically a little power station and your propulsion. And then you have the lander, of course, and they had to use the lunar lander as a lifeboat to get back. But I get questions like my barber show asked me, why haven't we gone back since? And it's like, well, because it's expensive, and unless there's really an incentive, there's no reason to go back. Like, yeah, it looked like we were just doing it for fun at the time, but that was the Cold War. We had a reason at the time, but once that was over with, it's very hard when the TV ratings were low for the space program, very hard to justify continuing to do that program. And then the space shuttle, as great as it was, once the Air Force lost interest in using it, that aspect of the funding was cut. So at that point, you have a space truck being used a lot of times when you don't need a space truck. I mean, they put it to good use. They used it I say they used it as like a short stay space station because it was big enough that you could do a lot of things. You can conduct a lot of experiments. You can carry a lot of payloads on it. But, it would have been nice to have some alternative to the space shuttle that would have been cheaper to operate for those smaller missions so that you're not using the most expensive, space truck every time.
Yeah, the thing is what space, like when it's actually real, not these gimmicks and stuff, not that nonsense about what Bezos did. That was idiotic and deserves to be mocked to hell and back. But
yeah, when Katy Perry and them went up to space and called themselves astronauts, no, they're not astronauts.
Yeah, that was just idiotic.
Also, you don't get the astronaut wings. When you go to that altitude, that's not astronaut wings. So years ago, they used to give everyone astronaut wings, and they changed the rule. They call it the common line. That's basically like a altitude where if you're not above that altitude, you're not technically in space. Or at least that's like what was agreed upon by the International Something Committee. But also, it's a joke because like they didn't do anything. So like even if you fly,
no, they were up there for a few minutes and then they came back down, supposedly.
Exactly, yeah. Right. They didn't really do anything. If they actually did something, they were up in space maybe a day or two. Sure, we could say that they were, acting like astronauts. But no, that was a whole publicity thing. That was nonsense. But however you feel about Elon Musk, the Starlink, the fact that he actually went up there with his company, which is either tied to NASA, or not, is still great. I don't care who it is. We need to get those astronauts down. So, we send a shuttle up there. Yeah, right. Right, DJ. I love it.
Yeah, Katy Perry.
Embarrassing, dude.
Man, that's bold. First time I saw that, I was like, I gotta clip that.
No, it's just embarrassing, dude.
And like they did the whole girl power thing in not orbit. I was gonna say orbit. No, they were basically the human cannonball. It's like if you look at the flight trajectory, it's literally the human cannonball. They flew the same path as a mortar round would fly, basically a big arch. But also, what's funny was while I was trying to showcase this, I guess the training didn't involve like learning how to not scream. So when you watch the video, you actually hear them. It's like a roller coaster, which I don't blame them. But if you're going to try to showcase, something stronger,
right.
It should have been part of the itinerary.
Yeah, if it was a real space thing and they really went up and it wasn't some stupid gimmick, they would be up there for longer than 10 minutes or whatever, maybe a day or two, and actually
or maybe for as long as the crew of the International Space Station was up there before they were finally rescued.
Right. Right, exactly. And if they really wanted to do that, they would go to the actual space station and look around for maybe a day or two and then come back down, and they'd be like, hey, we were actually acting like astronauts. If I don't know, does it really count if you go up into actual space for a day? Are you an astronaut? I don't think it works that way.
Well, not only that, it doesn't work that way because you could if you were up there for like even a few minutes, but to get the astronaut badge, there's actually like a generic, like a badge that's given to anybody who goes, they call them astronaut wings, and you got like some examples of them here. But
make that a little bigger so everybody can see it.
So you got one. These are from the 4 major branches. You got regular pilots, apparently. You got 2 from the Navy, from what I can figure. naval flight officer, so I guess the guy who's flying versus the guy who's just assisting or whatever, sensor operator, radar operator. But you got Air Force flight wings. So a lot of guys who flew the SR-71, I want to say they might have gotten astronaut wings, but the SR-71 is only like 90,000 feet. So what I wanted to check was I want to see what the common line is called. So let's common line. That's really important.
That Katy Perry thing is just funny. I love it.
Because this is where you get your answer on what makes an astronaut. At least this is like the semi-official one. So you got your stratosphere, you got your troposphere, stratosphere, mesosphere, meteorological sounding rockets, which Japan was big on for a while because they weren't allowed to really have ballistic missiles for a little while. We got advertisement atmosphere. Oh my fucking!
Of course.
But we got and up here. So now let's see. Here we are. Common line. 100 kilometers is the common line. So.
Okay, so if you go up there, you can consider yourself an astronaut?
Yeah, basically, what I recall, you got to cross that boundary. And so at one time, we didn't have that rule, so I think more people got astronaut wings, if I remember correctly. But bottom line is that you cross that line, and Jeff Bezos' rocket, where did that go? Well, let's see here.
Where did that
Bezos'
go?
woman rocket. Well, first, let me get the rocket name. The rocket name, Blue Origin, what was it called? It had like a designation. So NS-31. Okay, so let's do NS-31 flight path versus common line. So okay, so basically. Apparently they might have kissed the common line, but like you said, like it doesn't really count. Like I don't think
it's
it counts.
just the way it was a gimmick. Like if they really care about all this stuff, like I want to see the training of these people, especially these celebrities, because I think Shatner actually went up in space and was in there for a little while.
Well, I think a lot with the Bezos rockets.
A few other people did. Yeah.
With the Bezos rockets of that type, they're just not designed to go that high for that long. In fact, the thing that makes orbit distinct from ballistic trajectory is this is like a cannonball being fired and then coming back down. Orbit is when this part of the arc doesn't hit the ground; it basically misses the ground, and so it's just like let me see if I get I'm not showing the right thing. So yeah, so this is the common line. This is supposedly where the NS-31 mission went. I believe it's the same type of rocket that Kirk went on. But ballistic trajectory versus orbital trajectory. Because I think that'll give in fact, I know exactly what picture to get. Newton's cannonball, that's a good example. Newton's cannonball. Because this is actually a great image that does a great job. So essentially, I know this is a cannon on a mountain, but it's to illustrate that when you fire that cannon with low power, you're going to land where A or B are. But you can just imagine that a rocket launches up, gets up here, and then when the engines are cut off, it's going to have remaining energy. It's going to make that ballistic arc. It's going to make that arch. But if you do that ballistic arch with enough power or speed or acceleration, you miss the horizon. And so instead of hitting the ground over here, you end up doing this. And so once you're doing that, you basically stay in orbit until you slow down, because it's almost like centrifugal force. It's almost like gravity is like the tether ball. And so you're the tether ball, and gravity is the tether that's holding you, trying to pull you back. So as long as you keep moving fast, which you're going to continue to coast fast until you slow down, or until the atmosphere. Now, there is very thin atmosphere up there. It's measured in parts per million. But every now and then when the solar cycles occur, or when they transition between solar cycles, the atmosphere will actually expand a bit. And so that creates a drag on the ISS. So the ISS actually has to reboost its orbit every year. They have to run an engine for a minute just to keep the speed up. And literally increasing speed gives you more height. Just when you're in orbit, just increasing your speed makes the circle bigger, and reducing your speed makes the circle smaller. And then what ends up happening, this is an elliptical orbit, so at some point, even if you're orbiting on this side, it's still a ballistic trajectory if you're doing, you're going from A to like where my mouse is, but you get the idea. So point being is that the Bezos rockets don't even bring people into orbit, and that's like a real space mission. If you can stay in orbit, that's a real space mission. That's why when John Glenn went up, even though he wasn't the first to go up compared to Yuri Gagarin's rocket, which I'll give him credit, balls of steel, because the Russian rocket was insane. Like it didn't land. What they would do is the pilot, the astronaut, the cosmonaut would actually bail out and then deploy a parachute. That's how he landed. That's freaking badass right there. But the John Glenn rocket didn't just do what the Bezos rocket did. So yeah, the first Russian rocket that took Yuri Gagarin up, it basically went on the same trajectory as the Jeff Bezos rocket. When John Glenn went up, he did like 7 orbits, like just free floating orbits. And if he didn't have a retro rocket engine engaged, he would have been stuck up there for far longer than that. And that is, in principle, what makes you an astronaut. Now, that said, I'm not going to take that away from Yuri Gagarin because it still took balls of steel, especially learning that he had to literally bail out with a parachute at like fucking 30,000 feet. I'll give that man credit, you know?
Yeah. Because I don't think there's a lot of people, even today, that would bail out at 30,000 feet.
Yeah, exactly. So, I don't know, like you said, it was a dumb PR thing.
Oh, it was very dumb. And a lot of the news just latched onto it too, like it was extraordinary. It was the dumbest thing in the world, man. It was just really dumb. It was a gimmick. It was fake. It looked ridiculous. She has a dandelion.
It looked like it was pre-recorded.
Yep. Awful. These things deserve to be mocked to heck forever. And people are like, no, it doesn't. Yeah, it does. Forever.
The dandelion thing was like the schlockiest, dumbest thing I've ever seen. It was like...
so stupid.
I was like, what is this? And at the time, I was looking at a Twitter post where someone was saying space isn't real. And it's like, well, yeah, in fairness, I mean, this is so stupid. I guess I can't blame them. But it's like, yes, space is real, buddy. But yeah, like, it was just like, I was like, she brought a flower up, and then she comes back to the ground, kisses the flower. It was like such
right, she kisses the ground. Oh, look at what I did. And then she admits, oh, I shouldn't have done that. It's like, you're just stupid. There's just things that people deserve to be called out on. You're just stupid at this point. You really are. It's just really embarrassing. So, yeah.
But yeah, that's what Yuri Gagarin was riding in the Vostok capsule. So basically, like all rockets, most of your stuff is fuel. So the bottom part is really just getting you off the ground and getting you up to a speed where you can do the cannonball maneuver. And then the final stage gives you the kick, and then this is the part that he was just orbit or, do his little trajectory in.
Anybody else out there that's interested in this, go to a science center. Go to they'll have IMAX thing. Maybe it'll be some kind of narration by an actor or whatever. A lot of interesting stuff you can find out there anywhere, wherever you are. I'm sure any state you can find a science center and somewhere else. You're really interested in this. You learn a lot. And
I mean, I have to drive 2 hours to get to the closest one, but there's still one around.
Go to a museum that has a lot of space displays and information. If you're really interested in that, you definitely can find a lot of cool stuff about that. And if you think Elon is just wasting his money and just doing anything, look at Starlink. Look at the fact that it's not about loving Elon or not, but it's just looking at it with common sense. Yeah. NASA doesn't have to be the only people that actually are doing stuff with space. Other billionaires and other people do. Jeff Bezos, I haven't really seen him do really. All I've seen is gimmicks so far. So.
But it is a shame that the budget for the space program was cut back to where we don't do our own missions anymore.
It was cut. And we've had presidents also in the past, and they have every right to say this, that they don't care at all about space. George W. Bush did care about space. However you feel about Donald Trump, he does care about space exploration. Biden and Obama didn't really seem to care at all.
They didn't really care. Like I remember,
and that's okay. They don't have to. This is not a right and wrong answer. Presidents can care about space or not. But personally, for me, if I was able to become a president of the United States, I would definitely care about space exploration. I
I'll
think
give
it's still very important.
But giving credit to Obama, I mean, he did help contribute to like the signing of laws that facilitated for the beginnings of private endeavors in space. Because I think like we see what happened with Boeing
That's good.
with
That
their
is-
what is that rocket, the SLS rocket, the heavy lift rocket that NASA's been working on for like nearly 20 years, and it's a good
Right.
rocket, but for what it would cost to launch that thing, the reason they designed the SLS rocket the way they did was basically so that they could use space shuttle program staff and space shuttle program technology. And it's like these are not the newest technologies for this job. Whereas Elon, he's like all about, as a private venture, they have to think about making the rocket reusable, and that does vastly drive down the cost. Now, it's not going to be until Starship is really being put to use that you're going to see that profit return. But, if you take all of the money that SpaceX has spent so far, they're not going to be making it back until Starship is truly online. But when that rocket's online, like the payload capacity, like economies of scale, and the reusability factor is going to make that thing very, 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 profitable. And you're going to see more done than has been done in space. NASA can buy or rent or lease the use of the SpaceX rockets. Now, what NASA was good at in the past, they used to be, an aerospace organization, like NACA, National Aerospace something committee, something like that. And basically, like, they would test out different types of wings, different airplane designs, and then they would make reports. And then people designing airplanes at the private companies could use that research to like incorporate it into their new designs. And so a lot of like supersonic flight technology, a lot of that testing came from there. Oftentimes a company will be testing out a new design and they need a wind tunnel that can handle the type of thing they're doing, and NASA is who provides that type of wind tunnel. And even now, like private space companies, they utilize the biggest vacuum chamber that's owned by NASA in order to say, okay, we got this satellite, we got this vehicle, we need to see how this particular electronic component behaves in vacuum. So they bring it to the facility, they stick the entire little satellite mock-up or actual satellite inside the vacuum chamber. So NASA has a place, but I don't know if they are the most efficient group to be doing the actual missions, but
I wouldn't say they are. Not now. Maybe 20 years ago they were.
Because
25 years ago they
remember-
were, but not now.
Okay, so I had not looked into that because, like I said, there was some president that's they just don't care about space exploration. They're like, let's cut the budget of NASA. They don't need this much money. So Obama actually, he left it open for other people to do stuff besides NASA. Is that right, DJ Ronnie G?
In so many words, yeah. Because what they did was when Obama ended the space shuttle program, they did it partially. The excuse was like, well, we're going to lean more into private endeavors in space. And at the time, SpaceX was still in its infancy. I don't even know if they had the Falcon 9 rocket yet. And just to give you an idea, Falcon 1 versus Falcon 9. Basically, a Falcon 9 is a Falcon 1 rocket with like 9 engines on it. So a Falcon 1 is just one engine. So if we look at the what is this? A Falcon 9 here. They don't even have the Falcon 1 here. But like this would be a Falcon 9 right here. It's got 9 engines. This is a Falcon Heavy that basically has the bottom part of the Falcon 9 is your booster. And that's the part that lands and that they can refuel and then use again. So they basically put your satellites on the top. You land the bottom part and you could just, they've used these like 10 or 20 times, which is like, every time you use it, you're getting your money's worth out of it, right? And then the Falcon Heavy, oddly, it gets used oftentimes by the National Reconnaissance Office to launch heavy spy satellite payloads, and they don't always reuse it. In a non-reusable, expendable configuration, it actually gets a lot more distance. And crazy thing is the Air Force requested, they want to buy like a handful of Starship rockets from SpaceX to use for apparently like orbital satellite intercepts, because there's been situations where like the Chinese or the Russians, they'll go in geostationary orbit and they'll approach one of our satellites, take some pictures, learn about our satellite, interrogate the satellite, touch the satellite, to show us that they can touch it if they want to. So we right now we have a vehicle up in orbit called the X-37B, and it's literally like it looks like a mini space shuttle. It's run by the Air Force, and it can actually change its orbital inclination. So once it's up there, if it has to respond to an incident, it can actually go to another satellite and interact with it, or do various types of clandestine work. In fact, we don't even know half of what it does because that's how clandestine it is. And sometimes people can't even find it because it changes its orbit whenever someone finds it, and it changes the orbit again. Someone else has to go and find it again. at the time under Obama, the Falcon 1 rocket would have been like, like the one they were using. And I think at the time, like they had two failed launches, and it was successful on the third launch. And basically, just imagine this rocket. The modern Falcon 9 has 9 of these engines on the bottom of it. So just to give you an idea. So this is a lot shorter and a lot narrower than a Falcon 9, but it proved that SpaceX could build the thing. And some of that money came from NASA because, some of the early satellite launches that allowed NASA to sustain their operations were things like satellite launches. And at this point, they are huge, launching satellites for all kinds of government agencies, launching the weather satellites for NOAA, launching GPS constellation satellites, which are, of course, vital to, both our military power and just, everyday life. So I forget what Obama's contribution was, but realistically, like, canceling the space shuttle program probably wasn't the worst thing to do. As cool as the space shuttle was, it was cool. It also had a lot of, like, deficiencies. And there were, like, a few videos I saw where the space shuttle had close calls. And, like, one of them was, like, a piece of ice hit the engine at the bottom. Because they have, like, when you launch these rockets, you'll see white stuff falling off. That's basically condensation and ice. And it basically, the bell at the bottom, it's like a bell at the bottom of the engine, is kind of hollow because the inside has pipes so that they can run the liquid oxygen or liquid hydrogen inside a loop to cool down the bell, so the heat from the exhaust doesn't melt the engine. So, and it also helps when you preheat your fuel, it runs better. But one time, the ice made a hole in that bell, and it caused them to be burning more fuel than they were supposed to be burning. And that could have gone really ugly because the space shuttle has like 3 engines on the back of it. So if any one of those engines blew up next to another engine, it would have been a disaster. But they got lucky, and that video was cool because they did something called abort to orbit, ATO, where they basically like changed they turn off the broken engine. They run, in fact, the computer turned off the broken engine automatically, and depending on how far along in their flight they were, they can use the remaining 2 engines to carry them the distance. And this happens in the movie Apollo 13. They have 5 engines on the Saturn V. One of them went bad, and they just said, oh, no big deal. We're already at the right speed and height. So as long as they run the engines for a few extra minutes longer, they're going to use the same fuel tank for all 5 engines. So if you turn off one engine, the remaining engines can still carry you the distance. So, you have some redundancy. And that's what you see on the Falcon rockets. That's why they have 9 engines or 27 engines, because that means that if some of the engines break, you can still use the remaining engines to finish the job and deal with the issue later on. But, yeah, one of these engines, the bell at the bottom, got like a little hole in the inner wall of, I think, the engine up here. So now it's leaking more oxygen because it's supposed to mix oxygen and hydrogen in the case of the space shuttle. And that was burning too fuel at a prodigious rate. So the computer was like, you better turn off this engine because you're going to run out of fuel before you get to orbit. And they did. And then they ended up in a lower orbit. But the nature of the mission was like basically mostly on the shuttle itself. Like they have something called Space Lab, which is sort of like a mini International Space Station. Well, it's not so international, but it's like, a lab environment that they can load into the space shuttle as cargo bay. And just to give you an idea, like, a space shuttle has this big door thing in the back. You can see this is when they were launching, I think, one of the cargo modules for the International Space Station. But this thing here is where they would put the lab. They put the lab right over here on a pallet. And then the scientists, it was a pressurized compartment. So it just gives you, instead of just being limited to the flight deck for all of your work and experiments, have a proper laboratory compartment. And then when they land, they can take that laboratory compartment, separate it from the shuttle, and do whatever they got to do with the experimental modules, whether they have mice in a cage kind of just playing in microgravity or something like that. But cool vehicle, but some missions it was overkill, and NASA apparently for whatever reason their leadership played it fast and loose. So when they had the Columbia accident, what happened was there's a big orange fuel tank. I'm sure you've seen it before. STS like this thing here, this big orange fuel tank on the side of the shuttle is like basically where all of the fuel is. So there's 3 engines on the back of the shuttle on the bottom here. They get their fuel from here. Inside this tank is a big tank of liquid oxygen and a big tank of liquid hydrogen, and it feeds the fuel to the 3 engines back here. But it's covered in insulating foam because when you fill up the tank, in order to be able to fill it up, you got to put really cold liquid oxygen in there and liquid hydrogen. But if it starts to boil off, the tank will blow up. So what they do is they vent it out of a hood on the top, and then they basically just keep topping it off until 5 minutes before takeoff. So the installation is to keep it from boiling the fuel away, because that fuel will boil at like room temperature. Now, what happened was the foam over here, there's actually like a little like ramp over here. You can actually see like a little like triangular shape. That ramp was there to insulate the pipe going into one of the feeder pipes going into the shuttle. That thing fell off, and when it fell off during launch, it slammed into this part of the wing. Now, this wing is not the tile, so bottom of the thing is covered in silica tile. Or silicate tile. This part of the wing, the leading edge, is made of a graphite material. So imagine like pencil graphite. They call it reinforced carbon-carbon or reinforced carbon composite. It's basically like pencil graphite, but it's got like carbon fiber woven inside of it. So they basically like make it in an oven or a kiln, and it's strong. But if you have that foam ramp, when this thing's going 200 miles an hour off the launch pad of 500 miles an hour, it literally, when it clears the tower, it's already going 100 miles an hour, just to give you an idea. So it's going faster, but at whatever speed, when this foam thing slams into here, it made a hole in the wing, and NASA didn't really try. Like the people make excuses why they couldn't do anything about it, and they had to just roll the dice. I don't buy it. Like, I understand that it was a really awkward camera angle. I understand the space shuttle didn't have the robotic arm for that mission. I don't give a shit if you got to take a broomstick and tape a camera to the end of it. Take effing pictures of the damn wing, all right? Don't just make the astronauts land. And people said, oh, but they would have no way to resupply the rocket. It's like, figure it out. I saw the movie Apollo 13.
Yeah.
But there was other missions where like a tile fell off the bottom, and the only reason they survived was because there's a UHF antenna that was a metal plate, a steel plate that was able to take the burn. But if that steel plate wasn't under those tiles, that shuttle would have crashed too. I forgot what shuttle it was, but it was just one of the missions it would have happened. I think it was Shuttle Atlantis. So
Atlantis, yeah. Okay.
I'm glad we moved forward from the space shuttle. Like, I love the space shuttle. It's fucking cool. I wish we had a Navy blue shuttle or Air Force blue shuttle for like, clandestine missions and stuff. But,
right, but we ran into some problems that they couldn't, I see that.
Yeah, the Air Force was like, they decided to start their own rocket program, which is actually a very successful rocket program. But anyway.
I'm not surprised.
Yeah, you get the idea. Anyway, I just wanted to share that with you guys. But you brought up some interesting points. And, like, during the Obama administration, I remember I was still watching the space shuttle. I talked to people on the bus, and they'd be like, oh, we should be spending that money over here. And it's like, well, government always spends money to help people over here, and yet people are still hurting. So maybe that's not the solution,
Right.
And on top of that, I didn't really have all the talking points back then. Like, I just kind of said, that's fair. But in retrospect, looking at the percentage of the bucket that the space budget makes up, it's not even that much. Like, as a proportion of everything the government does, it's not that much. Like, if you took all of NASA's budget, it would not have a tangible change on people's lives.
Yeah, I just don't. NASA, I just don't feel like if other people want to continue to do that, then and other people want to take over space programs and they have the money for it, I don't see a problem with it. I don't think NASA needs to just be the number one whatever, but there's other people out there who believe that, NASA's, whatever Elon is doing. And it's like, I think it's just a bias, and I get it, I guess. But if the Starlink, for example, that's a big deal now. And that was helping people also in emergencies. That's great.
Yeah.
So
I mean, just think about in North Carolina when the hurricane hit.
Yep.
Even Iran. Like,
so I mean that's yes. Iran is the latest one now. So yeah, this all comes from it's a certain mind, and may not just come from one mind, but no, I'm okay with NASA and other people having the access or options to do other stuff with space and not just NASA. NASA was great for a number of years, but things do change, and
Well, yeah. I mean, when we didn't have a private, we had no space infrastructure to speak of. NASA was the one who jump-started all of it. They were vital to that, vital to developing the technologies. And even in the Elon rocket, a lot of innovations done by NASA are what made that possible because they did the
course.
legwork.
Right. Yep. So they can just add to it, and they have. I mean, they got those. Why is it that it's very interesting to me? Why is it took so long? Why did it take somebody like Elon Musk, and it could be anybody who's a billionaire? Why did it take him, DJ Ronnie G, to get those astronauts down? Get it? You know,
Definitely was
it's really
politics. Like
interesting.
nobody in the administration wanted to
Mhm.
give credit to SpaceX for being of help in that situation.
No, of course not.
Yeah.
And I don't care what side of the aisle people on. If people do good things, they should deserve credit. Actual good things, they should deserve credit.
And he tried to characterize it as it wasn't a rescue or it wasn't necessary, but it was like,
Yeah,
look,
I did remember that. Yeah.
that woman was like, expecting to be there for a week. Okay, she signed up for a week. Yes, she's perfectly capable. Yes, she didn't like kick and scream, but like, it's like she's an older astronaut. She didn't need to be there for like, the better part of a year. It's just not good for her health, and that was not the plan. If they would not have signed her up for that mission if they knew that this was going to be a real problem with the Boeing rocket, and it did land successfully, but it was just way too sketchy to put put them both on that rocket to come down.
And Boeing has been having problems, but I do agree that there's people that are also getting hired for these jobs. It's cheaper labor, and it's these people that aren't very qualified. And these are the things that can happen because they're not doing the best job they could. And so then we start seeing these problems with Boeing. Sure, Boeing itself can have problems, but the people that are being hired, you should hire people, especially in a field like that. It's like, do they have the right degree? Do they have this? What can we actually do? Can we see a demonstration of what they know? And so I think with Boeing and stuff, and I've talked to some people about this, and this could be for anything, the space shuttle. You can't have these people doing cheap stuff. Same with that exploration going on with the Titanic, DJ. There was cheap labor going on, man. Horrible.
Hiring interns and
right, exactly. Yeah.
And it wasn't the first time that particular company had issues with their submarines.
Right. Exactly. And it shouldn't be political at all. These people, the people that have other people, especially in their lives, they should be knowing exactly what they do and put on the best parts they possibly can to keep sure, there can be accidents, but to put on the best parts that can save people's lives and help the people who are actually flying these planes, space shuttles, whatever. Rockets, people going up in rockets. I mean, usually people. Yeah. Yes, Lady Miss, you should try Discord again. If you can't, we'll see what we can do to help you out. But, it just boggles the mind that these people want to go cheap with this stuff. It's like, especially with all this money that's been put in, DJ. Once again, it's just that common sense, that arrogance. We'll just hire these people. We got to check this box. No, man.
Get the best people for the job. The people that know what they're doing, whether it's sending a ship up into space or a submarine into the deep depths of the ocean. I want people who know how to construct a submarine properly.
Yeah.
And not look at what the Titan was and go, how could anybody classify this as a serviceable vessel?
Yep.
Really?
Nobody did classify it.
Yep. I mean, I think a lot of Boeing's problems are to do with the people that they've hired in the check boxes and going cheap with these parts and not checking things good enough and all this. With Boeing having problems with the space, there are airplanes lately. So, yeah, not good. Not good at all. But
I'm laughing at a meme that Helion put into the Discord.
Yeah. She's becoming the meme queen. But yeah, I just think these things, especially when you have people their lives on the line. Like, Elon deserves credit for that. I don't care how you feel about him. His company and Elon, they deserve credit for that, getting those astronauts down.
Yeah, man, I'm just glad it worked out. I'm glad they were
Me
available.
too.
Yeah.
Did you hear about the recent medevac on the space shuttle? They had like an astronaut on there. Something happened to them. I don't know if they were sick, but like they had to bring someone down early.
Mm-hmm.
They're not giving a lot of detail about it, but that's just like what they've said so far.
No, I hadn't heard anything about it.
Yeah, it's like literally like all I know about it. It's like you had a complement of crew on there. We know who's on the stage. We don't know who's brought back yet. I don't think. That's like they've been playing kind of close to the chest. Probably someone
Makes you wonder when they do that.
Oh, absolutely. And I mean, it could be any number of things. There's been instances like in Antarctica where someone had like to work on their own body, like they had a remote telesurgeon talking them through a procedure.
Yeah, no, I'm sure. I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, especially in that. But what's also crazy about humans, especially nowadays, and I understand it can be arrogance, it can be a lot of things, but if you're out in a place you don't know about, bring some freaking GPS, please. Don't be stupid. Just don't. Bring GPS. I mean, I know we forget our phones and this and that, and that's not good. I get that. But if you have access to any kind of phone, any of this, you should be okay. But if you're out in the wilderness and you're not bringing GPS, don't go out in the wilderness. Just don't. That's just not smart.
Mm-hmm. And even when they make those devices, the emergency trackers, that just cause more people to go out in the middle of nowhere to try to go get lost. That's even crazier. Yeah.
Just take advantage of this technology and make sure to have always communication on you anywhere you go. If you have access to something, like you're at a grocery store or store or whatever, and you can have access to a phone, fine. But really, we're still seeing these problems going on where people are getting either killed by some animal. It's like, dude, will you guys bring GPS? And how much do you know about wilderness? I mean, as humans, we can just be very arrogant and cocky, of course, but it's just not smart. The wilderness is not forgiving. They're just not to us humans.
You better know your surroundings.
That's right. So, and I'm glad we can find ways to get these people down if they're trapped somewhere. It's good. So, yeah, I bet Tree Rock. Yeah.
I mean, whether it was Challenger 40 years ago, or even when Columbia disintegrated coming into the atmosphere, and those are images that stick in your head.
Yes.
Yep.
Always.
But is there anything else you guys would like to say about tonight's episode of Emissary before we get out of here?
Cisco rocks, and if people don't think he does, they can kiss my ass. No, I'm just kidding. But
You don't doubt the Cisco.
you don't doubt the Cisco. That's right. He's a great captain, or turned into a great captain.
Yeah, I don't doubt the Cisco.
You don't want to doubt the Cisco ever.
Mm-hmm.
Anybody on that crew, really, you don't really want to doubt.
No.
But yeah.
But it's a good crew. I mean, you got I think it's great that they got a trill first science officer. You got a semi first officer. I mean, if you call it that. You got him working alongside of Bajorans. That's an interesting dynamic that for watching for the first time, you don't know what to expect. But she adds spice to the fire there for sure. A former militia fighter, or whatever you want to call it, freedom fighter. But and I'm glad that he was giving Picard, just one opinion I want to share. He gave Picard some sick attitude early in the episode, but I'm glad they shook hands at the end of the episode.
Oh yeah, well, he can be stubborn just like Picard.
Yeah, and again, with that attitude, he had reason for that attitude.
Yep, that's the whole point. Is there a good reason for it?
Yeah, it wasn't just him being insubordinate for the sake of being cool with the kids. You're right. He had a reason. Picard probably understood that, and I'm just glad that it was still insubordinate of him, but I'm glad they got along by the end of the episode. I'm glad that he started his mission off on a good foot.
Yeah. And honestly, I don't think you needed to have Picard show up again on Deep Space Nine. I think just having Picard in the first episode to pass the torch was good enough.
Yep,
Absolutely.
it is. It does what it's supposed to do. So.
But DJ, what do you have coming up on your channel?
Usual stuff. Monday show on Thursday. That's going to be on Thursday. Last few days ago, I played a friend's game. They made a game that was similar to Vampire Hunter, and
yeah, I saw it. It looked pretty good. Yeah.
Yeah, the name of the game is Little Beach No Better, which is sort of like a play on words. There's I think a game called Little Witch No Better, and the game initially looks anxiety-inducing. You're getting rushed by enemies all around, but you got to learn to herd the enemies, and then as you level up, you're able to better take on enemies. But it's essentially a game of 20-minute survival. You survive 20 minutes until the boss. I keep dying right when I get to the boss, or right before I get to the boss. So by the next show, I'm sure I'll be good enough at the game that I'll be able to beat it. And other than that, we'll see what else is in store for us. Maybe we'll have some more news about the astronauts. If we do, I'll try to remember to cover that. And
I haven't.
Other insight.
Yeah, no, I haven't heard too much about space, even what's been going on in Mars lately, or on Mars. So.
Oh yeah. Well, what has anything happened on Mars, or just?
I don't think so. I mean, if they found really a discovery with the rover, because we still don't know if humans can actually land on Mars yet. So.
We can land things on Mars, but Mars has been notoriously, not to go into a sidebar too much, but Mars has been notoriously difficult to land on because it has a thinner atmosphere, so you don't get that aerobraking effect that you get in a thick atmosphere. So we've lost probes trying to land them on Mars because they were slamming too hard, or the parachute didn't work properly because it went too fast. But a lot of good work's been done. At this point, they got it figured out. That's why they had that one probe where it literally used a flying crane to land the probe. Like the capsule would separate, and then this hovering thing would be like 100 feet above the ground and would lower a cable, and the rover would be dropped off this little cable like right at ground level, and then the crane would just fly away and jettison itself somewhere in the middle of some rocky field. But they had to come up with that because depending on the weight of what you're landing, that's a real problem. And then with the first Mars rover, before after we did landers, we had the thing. It was like a little remote control car. It landed in a bunch of cushions. Like they literally had Kevlar airbags that would bounce on the surface of Mars and then deploy after it was done bouncing. That's not something you would do with a person, So there are valid concerns that you bring up, Cash. But yeah, it's like we don't even know until. I think you're right, actually, because once until we see a starship land on Mars, we don't know if we can land people. So that's a good point.
Well, that's why I think, and you look at, if you ever played Red Dead Redemption, or, Red Faction Guerrilla, and not Red, that's another game. Then, landing on Mars, and I'm like, those situations that they present could actually happen if we were able to land on Mars as human beings. Those are definitely situations. You could have another part of a government being corrupt and all kinds of stuff. Absolutely.
Yeah, I think it's going to start off as a scientific colony.
And miners and this and that, absolutely. That would all possibly could happen.
Oh, if you got a real economy, yeah.
Exactly.
But yeah, it's very interesting. Thank you for having me. I'm sorry I was very late and lost track of time.
It's all right, DJ. I just thought when you popped in, I was thinking, I'm going to give him such a hard time.
And we're going to put him in the brig. Yeah. Put him in jail for a while.
Dude, I got to be up for work at 5 a.m. So does that mean I have to scrub the waste extraction pit at 4 a.m. or 3 a.m.?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
Means you have to have it done before you go report to your next shift.
That's right.
All right. I'll report to waste extraction at 0400.
Nice. And Cash, what do you have coming up on the Phantom Hooligans?
Phantom Hooligans, working on actually getting things back together still with the OBS, but Mike and I test out Evil West, and it looks like things are good to go. So everything should actually be good next week for Friday for us to do a stream and maybe potentially finish off Evil West. I just hope I just don't run into any problems with Rumble Studio. So I haven't really.
I hope you don't run into any problems either. I mean,
Yeah.
come on, man. I can't face with vampires and Felicity all by myself. I mean, I can. I've done it before, but it'd be nice if I had someone watch my back.
Yes, right. Yeah. And Mike and I got a bit farther in that game. We decided to finish off the chapter. We were testing things, and I'll tell you guys all the time, everybody out there, whenever you're running any stream, gaming stream, it's always good to test things because you don't know what could go wrong.
Oh yeah.
And it sucks when things go wrong. It really does. So.
Yeah, I know from my own experience, things don't always work out as planned.
No, they don't. So.
But anything else, Cash?
No, I'm also still working on a video. I'm trying to decide, do I want to do why I didn't go see the second part of Wicked? Do I want to do a video about why DC is just still not going in the best direction it could be? So yeah, I'm just thinking about something. I've actually, my convention video, I'm finding out more, and this now banning AI from Comic-Con, from San Diego Comic-Con, I think that's a stupid idea. I think all these ideas should be out there. And I know there can be some problems with AI, but once again, they're just playing that communist bullshit game, that censorship crap. Hate that nonsense. Yeah, right. Exactly. Yeah. I agree. Hell yeah. Yeah. So I can just be a perfectionist on the video. If things don't sound the way I want, this and that. So make sure the thumbnail is set and all that. But yeah, no, I don't like what's been going on in conventions. I mean, the fact that there's actually been actual sex trafficking the last few years at Comic-Con is absolutely disgusting, wrong, and obviously illegal. So, but yeah, it's some other stuff.
That game in itself, Tree Rock, is loud. I've even tried adjusting the volume in game, and it's oh man, this is too fucking loud. Yeah. I was saying that the other day.
But yeah, that's what's starting to come back up on the the Phantom Hooligans and the Cash Money Madness over on Rumble. So, yeah.
Nice.
I'm not touching my mouse for the remainder. I'm not touching my control console for the remainder of this stream.
Yeah,
that's all right. I've yeeted myself off stream before, so don't feel bad.
But I'm going to tell people out there, I don't care how big or small your channel is, always find things to talk about that you're passionate about. And if you think things are wrong, you think people are doing streams wrong, you think this, you don't like, you have every right. But what I will say always, try to be fair about it. You know, there are still good things that go on in conventions, but they've definitely become dumpster fires, a lot of them, and there needs to be things that need to be fixed.
Yeah.
Because people are spending good money. That's the whole reason. People are spending good money. So.
Well, Tree Rock, I meant everything I said that day when that jackass came in. It wasn't just the heat of the moment.
Right.
I meant everything I said.
Mm-hmm.
Just like for tomorrow.
Oh,
be prepared for Cash and I to mean everything we say when we talk about Kathleen Kennedy.
Yep. Yes.
Because as soon as we verified that it was official, and Tim had put in that link, let us know, and then doing some verification, checking other sites just to be sure to cover, our ass. Cash and I, we made a decision. We're going to say some things that maybe people aren't going to like.
That's right.
But understand, we stand by what we're going to say tomorrow.
That's right.
Kathleen Kennedy, she is the killer of Star Wars.
She's one of them.
No, I don't have time for people that don't want to come in and be jackasses and say something like, "Oh, the bro's 28 years late playing a game." It doesn't matter how old the game is, folks.
Yep.
If you want to play
It really
play
does. Yeah, people are very ignorant, stupid about a lot of things, and it's not hard to see. They'll be like, "Oh, why are you playing this game? So, oh my gosh, this game came out." And your point? Why do people still play Skyrim after all these years? I don't know. Yeah, right.
Yeah. My one rule for this channel, for anyone who's new, anyone who's never heard me say it, even for those of you who aren't new, is just be cool. Don't be a jackass.
Yeah.
You don't like the way the stream's going, say something, but don't act like an entitled prick.
That's right.
And that's what that person on Tuesday did. They acted like an entitled prick. I was already frustrated with the game. So you got into my crosshairs, and I'm fired.
Yeah.
And I don't have any regrets.
Mm-hmm.
Because, people that have been here long enough, like DJ Ronnie G, he comes in when he can. Lady Miss comes in when she can. Tree Rock comes in when he can.
Mm-hmm.
I've learned that there are people who still support the channel, have always supported the channel. They just can't come by as frequently as they used to.
Right.
But we know we're still around. We still see each other somewhere.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes it's at another channel.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Don't worry about it. I'm just talking about the jackass that came by during the Half-Life stream on Tuesday. I have zero tolerance for people that want to cause drama and bullshit.
That's right.
And it's only because of some of the bullshit people have tried to pull me into.
Yep.
But when it comes to Star Trek, comes to this show, real Star Trek is where it's at. Not that bullshit that you see nowadays with Kurtzman and company.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And I banned them, blocked them. It's like, nope. All right, youngster, out you go. And Lady Miss says the void is very dark, sometimes making it hard to find exits. I didn't think there were any exits in the void unless you open them.
Yep. The Guardian of the Void.
Just know, as far as tomorrow's Pop Talk is concerned, when it comes to Kathleen Kennedy, Cash and I are not holding back. And if you can accept that and understand that, cool. Got a problem with it? Well, say so in the chat, but don't be a jackass about it. And then, of course, Tuesday I'll be playing more Mafia, the Old Country. I think I'll get close to the end of the game, to be honest.
You might be. They might give you another 10 hours or so.
Yeah. Well, maybe. And then Wednesday, excuse me. Wednesday, we are honored and privileged to welcome Helion as our guest for Wednesday's Pop Talk. I don't know why I said Tuesday. I was thinking about Tuesday, and I said Tuesday, but it's Wednesday, Helion. Not Tuesday. Wednesday. You're joining us. 6 p.m. Eastern. YouTube and Rumble. And then on Thursday, I'll be playing more Shinobi. Now, I do want to let you all know, I do have to do a premium stream on Rumble on Mondays. And I don't know what time I'm going to be doing it, but I'll put a message here on YouTube and also on access to when I'm doing it. the problem with this particular stream I have to do, excuse me, Monday on Rumble, is that you have to be a premium member in order to watch it as part of their program for the premium watch hours. So if you're not a premium member, you won't be able to watch it. Now, I am thinking because, it'd be no different than, a membership stream on YouTube. But I am thinking of maybe doing the same stream over for Stealth is Optional and also Pack of 414 members on YouTube for Monday. But I got to think about it more.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I know. But when you're in the premium program, they have some requirements you have to meet.
Mm-hmm.
And I haven't met all the requirements yet. I'm working on it. But they don't make it easy. Because I still have 3 requirements I have to meet. And yeah. So if I do anything on Monday for that premium stream and I decide to make it a part of, a membership stream on YouTube as well, it'll probably be starting around maybe 4 instead of 6, because you have to put in 5 premium hours over on Rumble in order to qualify. But I also want to double check and read a few things before I even do that, because it may be a thing where I can't do it as a premium stream on Rumble and also a membership stream on YouTube, because then it would violate some terms of the program. So I will read up on that, and I will definitely still let you all know either way.
Mm-hmm.
I have my issues with Rumble too. Rumble's not the be-all, end-all of streaming platforms. Neither is YouTube, neither is Twitch, neither is Kick.
No, I haven't even used Kick or paid attention to Kick a long time.
I used it a few times, but it's not something I've used in the last couple of years. And I very seldom use my Twitch channel. I'm just mainly concentrated on YouTube and Rumble. But I appreciate everybody for stopping by. Of course, I want to thank Lady Mist for being here. Thank you very much. Also, want to thank Helion for being here. Also, want to thank Joyce Entries for being here as well. Stevo, thank you very much. Tim, thank you. Pata Wannabe, thank you very much. And also Tree Rock, thank you very much. And let me just see. And yeah, thank you all for being here. Of course, Cash DJ, thank you.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Excuse me.
Thank you, man.
And I hope to see everybody. Oh, wait.
Shit. He finally got out of the shed.
Whoa. You are definitely a dereliction of duty, mister. Where were you? Where the hell have you been? You were supposed to report for this mission, Anonymous. Where were you?
He did what I did.
I sent you communications.
We got between me and Anonymous.
You did not answer your hails. Yes, tonight was Emissary.
So wait, does he get the plasma manifold if I get waste extraction?
He's got to rebuild the whole warp core by himself. No assistance from the computer. Yes, this was the night of Emissary. Dude. I know that you're not the only one having issues with your Twitter DMs, and
Oh yeah, that shit's
I know a lot of people don't like the new system, so I get it.
Mm-hmm.
Well, also, because I did send it to your Discord DM. I don't know how often you check that, but I did send it. But Anonymous, if you could get in touch with me on Discord and let me know what episode you want to talk about, we'll make something happen, brother. But everybody, thank you. Anonymous, thank you. Tree Rock, Lady Mist, Helion, everybody. Appreciate it. And please make sure you subscribe to Cash and DJ Ronnie G.
Word.
All right. Well, let me ask you this, since I got you here. Where's another place I can get in contact with you? Email or...
That's a good question.
what have you? Okay. Now let me ask you this part of the question. Would I be able to get in contact with you if I use your channel's email that's associated with it? 1 beep for yes, 2 beeps for no.
Dude.
Yes, I'm doing the menagerie reference there. Okay, so in the future, I'll remind myself to send you any kind of StreamYard invite to your email address. As long as you're cool with that, I'm cool with that. Do both just to make sure. All right. Yes. Yes, they do. But seriously, everybody, thank you very much. And yeah, Anonymous, you and I, well, we'll discuss it. We'll get an episode figured out, and we'll pick it up from there. But everybody, appreciate you. Love you. Always glad to see you around, even if it's, just for a little bit, or if you're able to stay for the whole stream. Doesn't matter. You're here, and that's what counts. Yeah, I did see the shuttle photo. I'll go ahead and show it real quick, and then we'll get out of here.
Shuttle? Oh, cool.
Let's make this a little bigger. Yeah. See, this is a ship named Discovery we have no problem with. So let me bring this up. There she is. There she is. Yeah, it's too bad we're not using them. But everybody, thanks again. Have a good night. And as always, live long and prosper.